Councilmember McCarville. Here. Councilmember Madden. Councilmember Fiala. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Bishop. Here. And Mayor Gonzalez.
I know.
Fine, Joel. From my John.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, just have a microphone.
Okay, thank you. Good. City Attorney, are there any changes to the closed session agenda?
No, there are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to open it for public comments. First, for anyone here in the room who would like to speak, please come up to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie Weiner. I live on California Avenue in Marina. I'm a little upset because I went to my car parked on California, come to the meeting to find that my side mirror had been destroyed by a passing vehicle. And the Ford dealership said Ford no longer makes that part. But I'm here to talk about your consideration of terms for a lease with Los Animas Concrete. And I asked that those terms be no lease at all. In regard to noise, your staff has taken the position that the general plan applies and that the decibels in our area should be 70 during the day and 60 during the night. But under the municipal code in the general industrial commercial areas, under section 1728-040H, it would be that where it disturbs a single or double family residence, such as those on California Avenue, the noise limit should be 55 decibels in the day and 45 at night. And under the obligations under the CUP issued to Los Animas, they actually are subject to section 9.24, which does not allow commercial noise that disturbs the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of Marina residents. I'm aware that the city commissioned a noise study through Ambient, and I took a look at that. First of all, it says that it was It says that it was 48 hours, but the study only has data for 43 hours, 42, 44 hours. It doesn't have for 48. It starts on a Monday holiday at 9 o'clock and it ends on the Tuesday at 7 in the morning, therefore deleting the 7 to 10 o'clock time data for the Tuesday, which artificially reduces the noise calculations because, as we've told you, the big push on the trucks from Los Animas and the noise is between 7 and 9 in the morning. So it artificially deflates the amount of decibels. But what it does show is even with the decibel levels that were done, that every day that was done during the daytime hours, the maximum noise was above the above the maximum that this city allows. And that during the nighttime, the average decibels is more than the city allows. In fact, and that Los Animas contributes up to 5.7 decibels to this noise. So we ask that you not give them a further lease. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. And I see one speaker on Zoom, Carol. Can you please unmute yourself, and you have up to 3 minutes.
The city made a mistake by forgetting to remove Las Animas in 2017. That was the original plans of the city made 13 years ago when you amended the lease to the expired lease now. You plan to remove Las Animas on 4th February 2017 when you amended the now expired lease. But Las Animas was not removed. City staff dropped the ball in forgetting to remove Las Animas in 2017. If you had wanted them to continue, the city should have planned ahead to replace a tenant. To get continued revenues, they should have found a replacement tenant because homes came up here in the dunes, or to build a new road for Las Animas out onto Imjin Parkway, Imjin Street, Imjin Road, or 8th Street. The city should now correctly own its mistake. And to remove Las Animas as planned correctly in the past by past city council. You should not be having the local residents carry the mistake that the city staff made. If you vote for this lease, you are voting to sacrifice the safety and health of your citizens for the mistake that the city staff made. The safety and health of your people. It is simply wrong and inappropriate for dangerous and massive trucks to run through where people are, a residential zone. City staff keep saying California is now in a collector street, as if to justify that it's a collector street. But let's not forget that a collector street is also a residential street. A residential street is where homes are, and that's where homes are. But what's the worst is that California Avenue is now an industrial street where trucks go up and down. It's simply wrong and inappropriate that they run in front of where people walk and live. It threatens our safety and health. So please deny the lease because the city made a mistake in failing to plan ahead to remove Las Animas, or to build a new access road for Las Animas out that doesn't go in front of homes, or to find a replacement tenant. Deny the lease so that it doesn't threaten the safety and health of your people. Please own your mistake and do what is right, instead of making real people suffer for the city's mistake. If you vote for the lease, you are voting to sacrifice the safety and health of your citizens for the mistake that the city staff made. On a separate note, I'd like to request that for the EIR being done for the general plan and looking to revise the zoning for that site, please look into doing an EIR for a new road out of that site to the surrounding roads possible. City staff said it's not enough time because Las Animas lease is short, but please do it now for the general plan, a new access road, so that they can give flexibility to the city in the future, because it's as yet unknown. And I understand you might be doing horse boarding facilities, so there'll be horse trailer trucks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carol.
Thank you.
And I think we're all sorry about your frustrations. Okay. Marie, have you had a chance to speak? Okay. Anyone else online that would like to speak before we move to closed session? Not seeing anyone raise their hand. We'll close public comment on closed session and come back here for open session at 6:30. Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you everyone for being here this February 19th, 2025 for our regular Marina City Council
Recording in
meeting.
progress.
We've just come out of closed session since 5 p.m. and I'll ask our city attorney, Ray Ortega, to summarize that for us, please, Renee.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. So council provided direction on items 4A through 4C1, and we will continue closed session after this open session to take up items 4C2 and item 4C3.
All right, thank you. And so at this time, if we could please stand and then have a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance. Our Councilwoman Elizabeth Fisher will be leading us in that pledge. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, we're going to move into a special presentation on Black History Month. Who will be leading us through?
If I may, Mayor.
Councilmember Brian McCarthy, thank you.
Thank you. It's my honor to discuss this proclamation. But before I do so, I want to acknowledge that Marina talks a lot about diversity. It's something we're very proud of. And it's important that I think that we all have networks that we can rely on, people that experience life like us, people that look like us. And one of the interesting things about Marina is that because we are diverse, we're actually only about 6% Black, which is about half of what the U.S. Standard is. The U.S. is about 12% Black as a whole. And so despite that, in Marina, we have folks that have made incredible contributions to our city. I was noticing in our agenda packet just today that one of our new Black-owned businesses, Brass Tap, is already one of our top 25 sales tax producers, which to me is just really fantastic and really cool. But I especially want to recognize tonight a member of our community that's here with us, Lavisha Franklin. Lavisha, if you can come up, let's do this down on the floor here. So Lavisha, also known as Queen Tay in the community, if you don't know, is probably somebody you should know. She wears many hats, but one of the things she does is she's what's called, and correct me if I say the words wrong or I explain it wrong, but she's what's called a doula. Does anybody know what a doula is? So a doula is somebody who helps both a mother and child through the childbirth process. As it turns out, Black women are more affected by negative health outcomes than their white counterparts. And it's part of, they think there's a lot of reasons for this. It's systemic reasons, it's health reasons, a whole variety of things. And so Lavisha is someone who is actually making history, I believe, and trying to help equalize some of those negative health outcomes. And so I'm just really grateful that she's in our community. I think she's somebody that you're going to hear more about over the years because she's not afraid to do the things that she knows will help both the city of Marina and the residents that are here that need her services. And so with that, I'd like to read this Black History Month proclamation. Whereas Black History Month is observed each February to honor and celebrate the achievements, contributions, and rich cultural heritage of African Americans throughout history, and whereas the City of Marina recognizes that Black community has played a vital role in shaping our nation, state, and local community, making significant advancements in civil rights, social justice, education, business, the arts, sciences, and beyond, and whereas we acknowledge the resilience, strength, and enduring spirit of Black Americans who have overcome systemic barriers and discrimination, and we commit to amplifying their voices, stories, and achievements. And whereas the City of Marina values diversity as a strength and recognizes the importance of fostering an inclusive community where all individuals are treated with dignity and respect, and whereas the City of Marina reaffirms its commitment to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion by working to eliminate disparities, promoting policies that support historically marginalized communities, and fostering a welcoming environment for all residents. And whereas during Black History Month and beyond, we encourage all Marina residents to reflect on the past, celebrate the present, and work toward a future that upholds justice and equality for all. Be it resolved, the City of Marina does hereby proclaim February 2025 Black History Month in the City of Marina and urges all residents to join in recognizing and honoring the profound impact of Black Americans in our community and throughout history. Be it resolved that the City of Marina remains dedicated to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in all aspects of community life and governance, striving to build a more just and equitable society for future generations from the City of Marina. And I'm very proud to present this to you on behalf of the city. And I just want to thank I want to give the mic to Lavisha if you have a few words. The name of Lavisha's business is called Queen's Counsel. If you're interested, I really encourage you to look it up. But like I said, I believe this is an individual in the City of Marina that's making history and that we are going to hear about in the future. So would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. First, thank you for recognizing this very important thing. In addition to me being a doula, I've been able to partner and advocate with local organizations and train and certify 10 Black doulas here in Monterey County to service the Medi-Cal population. I don't know if you all know this, but in 2023, Medi-Cal approved doula services to be a reimbursable service. However, there was no workforce to support this service. And so thanks to grant funding from CCAH, we've been able to provide free doula training, certification training in order to build this workforce to support this service from CCAH. And we're just at the beginning. We just launched our doulas and they're just now servicing Marina families, and we plan for this to grow and sustain and just change the birth equity in Marina and ongoing for generations. So thank you for, I'm just grateful to be in a community that's open and supportive and welcoming and inviting. And I'm just looking forward to how this grows and expands. So thank you for this recognition.
Can you get a picture? Can you do a photo?
I know all of you. Thank you. My friend Tiffany came. Sorry, guys.
No, sorry.
They came to support me. Thank you.
And Lavisha, I want to thank, first of all, your family for coming to support you. That's very special. And also, it's noticed that you're at our farmers market frequently, you're at our Marina Library frequently, tabling and organizing events for this sort of good cause. So thanks for all your efforts over the years that you're continuing. Appreciate it very much. Lavisha, one moment, please.
Thank you, Queen Tay. I want to say thank you so much and for all the services you're giving at the region, but also Marina, the city of Marina, where you live. Thank you so much.
And that was one of my first prize projects prior to doing Queen's Counsel. So I did help pilot and coordinate those efforts as well. So I love this community and I'll continue to be active, and just like Councilmember Brian told you, you'll continue to see more of me. So
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Lavisha, we
Thank
have
you.
one more accolade.
Oh,
Councilmember
wait,
McAdams?
I didn't finish
Thank
yet.
you.
I didn't
Oh,
finish
I'm
yet. I just want to say, Councilmember Brian McCarthy, this was a beautiful proclamation, and I know that you devised it, but it's one of the really special ones that I've read, and we read a lot of these. So thank you very much. Really, really great. Thank you.
Our turkey's burning, so
I know, I'll be quick. I just wanted to say, so Lavisha and I wanted to speak about you being a Vita Health worker, and that's when I met you in Supervisor Parker and Askew's office, and you were boots on the ground during COVID, scrambling trying to get tests out to the community, scrambling trying to get masks out to the community, and I really recognize and commend, and I'm so inspired by your work. Something that I wanted to share is 70% of the moms that give birth in Monterey County are on Medi-Cal or Central Coast Alliance for Health. 70%. And so now they have access to doula services during the birth and also postpartum, and also during loss. If you have a miscarriage, you can get doula services, which I just think is really lovely to have that support in the community. There shouldn't be that economic barrier, or because you are receiving, Medi-Cal, you don't, you deserve the same dignity and grace that everyone gets. So, and then just also with regards to Black History Month, something that I think is interesting is Marina's history. We're so connected with Fort Ord. Fort Ord was the first racially integrated military base in the United States of America. Let that sink in. And that's huge, so I just thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your good work.
Okay, we move to council and staff announcements. Staff, any announcements? Any playgrounds coming, anything like that?
Taking my thunder again. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I get super excited when I talk about playgrounds. Thank you. So I just want to talk real quick about the inclusive playground and community build that is coming up. As you know, Leathers and Associates is the designer for this playground. We chose Leathers for 3 reasons. One, their commitment to inclusive design. They're one of the best in the nation in creating playgrounds where children of all abilities can play shoulder to shoulder. We picked them for their commitment to custom designs based on community input. The entire playground is going to be inspired mostly by the children of Marina, with a little input from us maybe, but mostly from the kiddos. And third, their ongoing support for community-built projects. They're one of only 2 playground designers that still allow community-built projects, so it's very, very unique. So now that we have them on board, we need all of you and all of you and all of you and those 2 little kids that were in the back. We need all of you to be part of this program, because when it comes to the build, which is going to be about 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to need over 1,000 volunteers during that time period. And those 1,000 are going to need to come back time and time again in order to get this done. Leading up to that, we're going to need hundreds of people help us get to that point. Okay. So I'm here today to solicit as much support as possible from all of you. Let's see. So here's a tentative project schedule, and you guys all know how construction goes. Don't hold me to these dates because anything could happen. But I wanted to give you a snapshot of the process. So you can see on this particular slide, this project is very heavily dependent on community engagement because, like I said earlier, the entire design is driven by the community. The build is driven by the community. All of the donations are driven by the community. And so you can see on this slide the number of community engagement events we have planned just in the first 6 months or so of the project.
once the design is complete, we need to get really busy. So we're going to spend a lot of time on the design. And then once the design is complete, that's when we need our volunteers and our steering committee to go out, because they're going to be doing fundraising. They're going to be soliciting donations of tools, of materials, of food, because we will provide meals, 3 shifts a day, 150 to 200 people per shift, for a minimum of 15 build days. So we're talking about 45 meals at a minimum, for about 150 people each meal, that we need to get donated by all of our local eateries and restaurants and caterers. So the 6 months between the design and the build is when the steering committee is going to be out soliciting all of this support. And then towards the end of the project, we will be actually doing the construction, hopefully the first quarter of 2026. Again, this is dependent on the Dunes Park design. As you know, this playground is a project within a bigger project, and they are very much need to be in coordination. So this schedule will also be dependent on the park schedule. And obviously weather is also a factor. So if all goes well, though, we will hopefully be doing our community build sometime in February of 2026, grand opening in March, and then an even bigger party in April where we say thank you to all of our volunteers and sponsors and partners. So that kind of gives you a glimpse of the project. These are all of the subcommittees that are underneath the steering committee. And so you can see that list there. We need ideally 2 people to serve as co-chairs for each of those committees. So we'll have approximately 22 people on the steering committee. And we plan on meeting monthly up until about 3 months before the actual build. And then 3 months before the build, we're going to have to be meeting weekly. To make sure we have all of those volunteers. There will be a call-a-thon. There will be, boots on the ground, because this project is 100% dependent on the community coming together and building this. I have information on the dais. Also in the back, I have a description of the project. I have a list of all of these subcommittees and a description of what each committee chairperson will be doing. And my contact information is on both of those documents. So please spread the word. We need 22 people on the steering committee, and we're going to need hundreds leading up to the build and thousands for the build. So I just wanted to give you kind of an update on where we are. I'm super excited about this. We've already had a few people reach out based on prior presentations and asking to be on the steering committee. So we're planning our very first steering committee kickoff, and we know it won't be full yet, but we want to get going on Tuesday, February 25th at 5:00. And once the committee is full, we'll determine if that's the standing meeting, but I anticipate that will probably be the day and time that we typically meet, ongoing for up until a year or when it's complete. So just wanted to give you a snapshot on that. Again, information in the back, information on the dais. Please feel free to reach out to me. If there's anyone interested, have them email me. We want to get as many people involved as possible. And I just have to say, this, of all the projects we're working on right now, this is the one I'm most excited about, because I think at the end of the day, Marina and the overall community is going to be so proud of this accomplishment. I mean, not only is it going to be an incredible playground, but the fact that we are coming together as a community to build it together, that's going to be a lasting memory for everybody. And people are going to bring their kids back and say, look at what we built. And they're going to bring their grandkids, look at what we built. It's just going to be a really, really fantastic legacy to you, to the community. It's going to be fantastic. So that's my update. Thank you.
Huge initiative. Thank you for leading it, spearheading it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our former fire chief and our current fire chief, Doug McCowan.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we have a video.
Imagine a place where all children can play shoulder to shoulder regardless of ability. That's what we're building right here in Marina. The City of Marina Recreation and Cultural Service Department is creating one of the largest inclusive playgrounds in California. a state-of-the-art, custom-designed space that fosters connection, imagination, and play for everyone. This playground will be built by the community for the community, inspired by Marina's youth and designed with accessibility at its core. From sensory-friendly equipment to wheelchair-accessible structures, this will be a playground where all kids can thrive. But we need your help. Over 1,000 volunteers will come together to bring this vision to life. Be part of something extraordinary and sign up today by following the link below and help us build a legacy of play.
Thank you.
Ask a quick question, Mayor.
Sure.
Andrew, I just went to grab the file. I didn't realize it was the same one we had on the dais. Could we create like a half page that we can stock back there for the next, let's say, 2 months? And then maybe if you want to take a small handful and hand them out to your neighbors and.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll go now to our fire chief, Doug McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Tonight, I want to introduce our admin assistant. As you're well aware, Sly, when she retired, back in December, it left a huge hole. And let me tell a little bit about the process, how we ended up with our new admin assistant. We started this process back in October. And, with the advertising, getting people out there and putting together resumes and trying to get everybody to apply. And we had an amazing amount of applicants for this job. And then it starts in a filtering process. So, with Sly leaving, left a huge hole. And so we were really focused on making sure we made the right choice for our new admin assistant. And we're really happy. I want to introduce her. Come on up here. We're so happy that we put her name on all our shirts. So her name is Marina Safi. Marina.
Thank you, Chief. I'm very honored to be chosen after so many applicants and just being able to meet with everybody and being part of the Marina City. I've lived here a couple times in my life as a child, seeing it like blossom. I remember when the Target and like that little area was first being built versus how it is now, and just being able to grow up here and continue my life here. I got married here, and so it's really such an honor to work for the city as well. And thank you for having me.
Welcome aboard, Marina.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your background and some of the unique skills you have.
I have been in customer service for over 9 years now. I worked at Pebble Beach, Monterey Plaza. I want to say I've done it all. I bartend, I serve, I did night auditing. So I'm a jack of all trades, I would like to say. I like being a people person. I like helping people. And especially, I was an EMT as well during COVID. I thought it would be impactful to do that during that time. And so it gave me a little bit of a leverage to be in this position right now, working with the fire department and working so closely with my fire chiefs.
Marina, thank you. And we hope you never live that name down. Thanks so much for being part of our culture and our team here in Marina.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Any more staff announcements before we move to council? Council, anyone have announcements they'd like to make? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. The Marina 2045 general plan update is underway, and the city is asking for public input. So there are a bunch of surveys that are live on the website, which is marina2045.org/online surveys, and they're also available in multiple languages. In addition, on Wednesday, February 26th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Vince DiMaggio Park is the Environmental Justice Workshop. So I would encourage the public to participate. And again, if you have any questions, there is the website marina2045.org.
Great. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. This Friday is the quarterly meeting of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Board, which I sit on as a a subcommittee of AMBAG. As you know, this body appoints me to AMBAG, and AMBAG in turn has appointed me to the Marine Sanctuary Board. So it's in Salinas. You can get the agenda on their website. One of the interesting topics is a discussion or some information on the Moss Landing battery fire. And it's just always a lot of interesting things that are talked about at that meeting. So that's this Friday, all day meeting. Also, the next day, Saturday, California State Parks is having their 6th LGBTQ plus and allies volunteer day at Fort Ord Dune State Park. I've been to several. It's always a good time. Everyone's welcome. They are going to be restoring some native plants that they killed off all the ice plant about 6 months ago, and they're going to be planting natives in that area by the bunkers. And that is from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. Thank you.
All right. 2 very quick announcements. This Sunday coming up, Sunday, February 23rd, from 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. in the afternoon, volunteers are going to assemble at Salinas Road and Reservation Road, the last road before you head to Imgen Parkway off of Reservation Road. And they will be cleaning up for 2.5 hours, litter along Reservation Road and in the 40-acre open space area that we refer to as the Salinas Avenue Woods, which has been maintained into a very clean, safe area since 2021 Earth Day. So that's lunch at 12:30. I'm sorry, there'll be snacks and pre-dinner food at 2 p.m. Not so much lunch because it's a little late. But anyway, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sunday, February 23rd. Then April 12th, please mark your calendars. That's a Saturday, April 12th this year. Earth Day is our big event for the Citizens for Sustainable Marina. It's 10 p.m. to 2 p.m. Saturday, April 12th. There'll be lots of volunteer service activities. Everyone gets a free lunch provided by Hoa Chinese Restaurant. And the JJ Hog Band, HAWG, will be playing their classic rock music. And they are an excellent band who have opened up for international some of the most famous bands we've ever heard of. And so they're themselves a very good band. So I hope everyone comes out to Earth Day, Saturday, April 12th, outside the Marina Library at Loch Padden Park. Okay, any more announcements before we move on? All right. So now we'll go to public comment, and this is a good time to talk about anything that is on the consent calendar, which is next, or anything that's on your mind that's not on our agenda for tonight, other than the consent agenda. So we'll start with the people in the room in person. Anyone want to speak? Come on up, and then we'll go to the remote folks. And then at the very end, Elizabeth and I are going to step down to the podium because we have some public comment to make regarding the Plan B to Measure U. So we'll start here. Good evening, John.
Good evening, Mayor. John Sanders. I was looking through the annual comprehensive financial report. It's a very professionally presented report, and I've only started skimming the surface, so I haven't been able to go very deep into it. Something struck me in one of the paragraphs in particular. It was the paragraph on consideration of a bond measure to construct aging city facilities. And the sentence that got to me was, response times in some areas of the city are close to 10 minutes, which is much slower than the 5-minute national standard. Now, there is no federal standard for fire response time. As I read that sentence, it implies that it's a federal standard, that it's a national standard. I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe what you're referring to is the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1710. And when you look at Standard 1710, which was developed by an association, and it's a very professional group, about 50,000 members. I understand how technical committees develop these types of standards or recommendations. During my career, I participated in a couple of technical committees for an international scientific society, not as large as the NFPA, but still 33,000 members. And so I know how these kinds of inner workings come about. And they're typically very solid recommendations. But if you look at NFPA Standard 1710, what you will see is a lot of discrimination. There's an alarm answering time, and there are two different periods. There's an alarm processing time. There's a turnout time, a first engine arrive on scene time, an initial full alarm time, which by the way happens to be 8 minutes on the initial full alarm time. And then there's for high hazard, initial full alarm, high hazard, high rise time of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. So I believe that this particular sentence does not serve the city well because it implies that there's a national standard. And if what you want to do is reach a standard developed by a professional association, I think it's in your best interest to so state that.
Thank you very much, John. Anyone else in the room?
Evening, Council. I am standing in for a member. We've been meeting within the community, and we being Mayor Delgado, Councilperson Vischer, myself, and Paul Manuel, with the defeat of Measure U, which I think was poorly written to begin with and shouldn't have been adopted. We decided that there were good projects that still need to be considered. So how do we get there? And what I'm going to do tonight, Paul cannot be here. He has to be up in Oakland for another meeting. I'm going to read Paul's letter that was addressed to the council, but also to the public of Marina.
I apologize. A point of order, please. Before this starts, it's my understanding that there was a majority of council at this meeting that the gentleman will be reporting out on. And so I just want to,
He's not reporting out on that meeting.
what meeting is
No,
he
I
talking?
He
am,
can talk, but it's not part of his.
Oh,
So your
okay.
point of order is not well taken.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank
Proceed.
you.
am
Pardon
I
me.
within?
Yeah, I've seen the letter. It's fine.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just representing Paul tonight to give his views. Okay. So, I'm pretending I'm Paul Manuel because I'm going to read it just the way he wrote it to me. My name is Paul Manuel. I've lived in Marina for 55 years. My family has a very deep roots in the community. Myself and Peter Lee were both very strong opponents of Measure U. After the election was over, we talked through social media and agreed that the city does need things that Measure U was for, and that the city did not go about doing it in the right way. Peter Lee and I set up a meeting. We got together, talked for a good amount of time about a path towards trying to help the city achieve the goals of Measure U. I reached out to Mayor Delgado, and we set up a meeting with the mayor, myself, and Peter Lee. At that meeting, we talked about forming a committee to get the ball rolling on trying to get the city to appoint an ad hoc committee. I hosted a couple meetings at my house. A little aside, I was also part of those meetings with Mayor Delgado and Councilwoman Vischer, as well as a few other Marina citizens, some against Measure U and some for it. After getting together an agenda and setting goals at this meeting, I set up a meeting and invited the public to the Spring Hill Suites for a little town hall. We have now compiled a lot of valuable information to now give the city that the public would like answers and information to. We think it would be best to appoint an ad hoc committee to help make this happen, to gain support from the city of Marina citizens. Okay. Just a couple of things I'd like to add to Paul's letter. I agree with him. There are some very worthwhile projects. The question is how do we achieve those projects without creating an undue burden for our citizens? The committee at Paul's house, we work to find common ground to build on, and I also oppose Measure U. I will continue to oppose Measure U as long as it creates an undue burden and hardship in our community. However, I'm committed to doing what's best for the city of Marina.
Thank you,
for
Bob.
our
I
citizens.
have to point out to you that your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else present in the room wish to speak?
Hi, are you guys going to be discussing the raise tonight? And do you do comments before that? Or is this a good time to do that now?
Comments on the raise tonight will be for later tonight. This is for items that are not on the agenda
Gotcha.
or the consent agenda coming up next, which is,
Okay, I'll wait for that.
thank you. Anyone else before we go to a remote? Okay, let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Welcome, Nancy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I would like to address the item on the Cypress Cove Engineers Report. I have a simple question. I am interested to know if the arborist report will be part of the engineer's report that will come before the council as part of the process of funding the Cypress Cove maintenance district. And that's my simple question. There was an arborist who came out. I even invited him and the engineer into the backyard of my home so that they could see the perspective I see every single day on the trees along Abdi, which is different than if you're out on the street. And I think his report will be quite telling about the things that I have been complaining about for about 2 decades now. So I am hoping that you will be seeing an engineer's report and be able to make a decision based on his review of the trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And we'll answer that question at the end of public comment. Okay, let's go to Jeff Markham. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. Thank you, council people. I would like to inform the public and the council that there is going to be a training for the plover guardian program. And as you may know, I'm sure certainly the mayor knows, the western snowy plover is an endangered species that the majority of the nesting sites are in Marina, at the Marina Dunes Preserve and above. There are only about 560 of these species left. It's kind of like the sea otter pod that they found down in San Luis Obispo. And so it's up to us to try to steward them and help them. Human impact is one of the major reasons that their nesting sites are not successful. And the Plover Guardian program helps train people to go out and just inform people, dogs off leash. There's a number of threats to them, how to interact with the public and inform them how to protect these species. February 25th, there's a Zoom council meeting or Zoom meeting. And then on March 13th and March 15th, they're on-site training. To get in contact with them from Cal Parks, you can contact Esther Hale. It's pardon me for spelling, SESTER.HAILE@parks.ca.gov. If you contact her, she can hook you up with the training programs. And I hope everybody can take a little time to go out and help protect these old birds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi. I'm sorry, I was at a birthday party tonight, so I didn't get in right at the very beginning of the meeting, but my question is Las Animas coming back at any time in the future? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Brad. Welcome, Brad.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and the rest of the council. I just wanted to agree with your previous speaker. I think it was Mr. Nolan. He read a letter, and I agree with much of what was said in that letter. I was also at that meeting at the Spring Hill Suites, and I think you remember that, Mr. Mayor. Also, I wanted to, for the people that are actually there in the room and for maybe the few people that are on the Zoom, that we actually have two people on the city council that were actually unelected. And what I mean by that is that they ran unopposed. So they didn't go through an election process. So, and I'm sure your attorney will argue the technicalities and whatever and say, oh no, you know, because of election law, if they run unopposed, they're actually elected or whatever. But the fact of the matter is they didn't have to go through an election. So I think people need to understand that. And I guess there's an item on the, and I'm sure you're going to tell me that I can't speak on it because it's on the agenda, but there's an item on the agenda tonight that speaks to those people that are actually going to vote themselves something. So anyway, just wanted to remind people of that, let them know, you know, people have short memories, unfortunately, and they tend to forget things. So we have two people on the city council that were actually unelected. So anyway, and as far as those meetings with regard to the alternative to Measure U, I would like to hopefully be apprised of those meetings. I just found out about it, the meeting at Spring Hill Suites, just by happenstance, and would hope that all people, all the taxpayers will be informed that there is a meeting and there are groups meeting about this, and so they can provide their input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Let's go to Carolyn Carroll. Hello, Carolyn. Welcome. You still show as muted, Carol.
I apologize. Thank you, Mayor. So my question is regarding the dunes. And my first question is, what were the factors leading up to selecting the dunes as the inclusive park? And my follow-up question is, it is my understanding that the dunes had a significant contribution for the skating rink and that it would be used to go for repairs and renovation. And I just want to know, what is the status of that project? And when is it expected to be done? Because it was told that it was supposed to be done by the time Trader Joe's opened. So I just want to know what happened to that funding and when are we going to see some change happen to that beloved rink? And that is it. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much, Carolyn. Okay, let's go to folks. Well, I guess anyone else online would like to raise their hand who hasn't spoken yet. And then we'll close public. Well, we'll move to Elizabeth and I after we discuss what we're going to discuss first in respect to Jenny's question, which I think. Let's go to Min Chan. Hello, Min.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, council members. I have a question regarding the new general plan 2050, 2045. On the land now being used by Las Animas, is going to be mixed use. I was wondering if we could add to the upcoming EIR the impact of building a dedicated road to that area. I saw in previous city council meetings that boarding for horses are being considered for that site. And having a dedicated road would be required. In the previous conditional use permit for Las Animas at the Planning Commission meeting, the question of building a dedicated road to that site was sort of waved off by city staff without any studies done, and so therefore no road is going there now. So just wondering if we could add the building of a new road be added to the EIR study for the new general plan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Min. Okay, so to conclude the public comment besides Lisbeth and I, what I have down for staff to follow up on are Denise Turley's question, what's the next date we're going to take up the Las Animas issue? And I think we know how to get a hold of Denise. Nancy Amadeo had a question, is the arborist report going to be part of the engineer's report for the Cypress Cove Landscape and Lighting District? I think we know how to get a hold of Nancy. Carol, who I'm not sure, we know how to get a hold of. She had two questions. Developer, she says, has put significant money into the remodel of the skating rink. Whether that's true or not, we should let her know that. And she wanted to know the timeline of when that skating rink would be rehabilitated. As well, she wants to know the factors that were used to decide for the dunes to be the location of the inclusive park. And then lastly, Min Chan, who I think we can get a hold of, asked whether the EIR for the general plan 2045 could include analysis of adding a new road to the Las Animas concrete mixing plant. So except for Carolyn Lane, our city manager, is it okay, do you think, that to get a hold of those people and let them know the answers to their questions?
Yes, and if they can just contact our city clerk, just email her at cityofmarina.org just to verify that we have the contact information. Then we'll reach out and we'll get back to as soon as we can. As we get more and more of these questions, our staff is very busy with day-to-day workloads, and we'll try to respond to them as quickly as we can.
Okay, so now I'd like to hear, before Elizabeth and I speak for public comment down at the podium, if we can go back to Councilmember McAdams, did you have some concerns or input on this?
Yeah, I think I'm going to excuse myself during your presentation because I'm concerned about a serial meeting, because there was a majority of council present at the Plan B, whatever meeting at Spring Hill Suites. And so I just want to remain neutral and open-minded. And so I just have concerns about that.
Yes, you're welcome to step out. Our city attorney has been apprised of the different steps along the way. And so I think we're in good stead. And what we're saying tonight has no chance of being a Brown Act violation because it's in front of everybody, including our city attorney. But you are welcome to, be present or not. And at this time, I'll go down first, and then Elizabeth has her piece that she's going to summarize. Is that? No, Elizabeth has a presentation. Okay, so following up on what Bob Nolan said, soon after the November 2025 elections, I was approached by two strong opponents of Measure U, and they asked if we could meet. So we did. And that meeting concluded that they were still in favor of new community facilities such as a fire, police stations, and modern community center / government center. So after meeting for lunch in December of 2024, we decided to advocate for an ad hoc committee to sort out how to progress on these facilities and to meet soon for strategy, including the formation of a city / public ad hoc committee. We had two planning meetings at Paul Manuel's house, mixed with supporters and opponents of Measure U. May Dungo was there for most of those, except for the first one, which was just me, Peter, and Paul. And then those planning meetings produced a first version of options that you'll see by Elizabeth and information needed to decide between those options. A February 7th meeting was scheduled at the Spring Hill Suites Hotel. About 31 people showed up, primarily opponents of Measure U, but about 6, I think, supporters of Measure U as well. Those February 7th attendees added to the options and added to the information needed that we had started out with. That was the point of the meeting. Elizabeth, who will follow me, attended one of the 3 planning meetings, or 2 of the 3 planning meetings at Paul's house, and she also attended, along with Councilmember McCarthy, the February 7th meeting where we summarized the results of what we had done prior to the meeting and then took their input and incorporated it into what Elizabeth is going to show you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like this, if possible. So good evening, Council. Thank you for your service. I'll wait. So, oh, thank you. Scary. Like Mayor Delgado already said, a group has met several times, and the last time was in the Spring Hill Suites with more than 30 residents. And I would like to thank everybody who showed up. And these lists are the results of all those meetings. As you can see, the first, oh, and by the way, I put them in the back of the room, but I did it late. So if you like a paper handout, they're in the back. And as you can see, each list has an empty line at the bottom to show it's a living document. We don't think that we got everything, or we think we got everything, but there might be more that people want to add. And so the first page showed options for Plan B, going from do nothing to doing it all. The second page, all the other pages are about information that will be needed from staff. The information about development impact fee revenues, the city finances, the existing city buildings, like the one that we're in here, I always like to point out. Information needed about the future fire station, or maybe even two future fire stations, like one of the residents brought up. Why not think about two at the same time? Then information needed about the police station. One of the questions was, why is a new police station needed? And these are questions that our chief of police hopefully can answer. And here we go. Community center. Important questions about community center. What do we mean with community center? What is included? That was confusing for many people, I think for everybody at the Measure U. So this will be good to determine, to define what's in it, and probably come up with new names to make it very clear. Preston and Abrams Park, we need to look at any revenue that the city can get, sell part of it or not, or borrow against it, keep all the rental homes. So these are all just questions from residents, like what can we do? Where can we find money? And then general information needed about Measure U. How did that go? And then the last two pages, these are the arguments against Measure U, which I think is really good for us to read as council members. And then the arguments in favor of Measure U, because as we know, 60% of the voters did vote for it. Unfortunately, we needed 2/3, which is a very steep hill to climb. But 60% voted yes, even for the Measure U that we now know needs more explanation. So thank you all for being involved. Thank you for being here or being on Zoom. Thank you. And thank you, staff.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, so that concludes our public comment. And I don't know if, can someone ask Jenny to join us? We move on to our consent agenda, and we'll give a moment for Jenny to get back before I ask if there's any brief comments or questions or wish to pull anything for a deeper dive. Jenny, we're starting our consent agenda. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, may I ask a question about your presentation?
It was public comment, so we'll treat it like all other public comment.
Oh,
You can ask the question and we'll get back to you later. Or we'll have staff get back to you later.
okay. My question is, how is this process different than when we have a Plan B coming to the council?
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to Lane and we'll figure out how to get it to you properly. Anything on the consent agenda, Kathy?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Vischer, did you have something?
Yes, please. Just short. It will be short. I noticed that the payment of the flock safety cameras and license plate readers are in the AP report because the first year has passed. So I thought it might be good to ask our chief of police to give a brief, not now, but at a future meeting, give a brief presentation about how it's working for our city. We're midway the 2-year contract. Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion regarding our consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vischer. All in favor of that motion to approve our consent agenda as is, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. And we move on to our first action item regarding revision of compensation for mayor and council members. And who would like to lead into this issue?
Our HR Director, Belinda.
Thank you, Belinda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am presenting regarding updating an ordinance for the city related to council and mayor compensation. I have brought this item to the council meetings. This is our third time bringing it up here. I wanted to do a little bit of a quick. Sorry, I'm changing the slides. Just to go over some of the things that we've discussed in the previous meetings. So one of the things is that we are a charter city. The council does have authority to make changes to council compensation. The last change was in 1990. And we also discussed SB 329, which is when the legislature became involved because cities were having trouble getting council, or there was issues with disparity and diversity on councils. And several cities have since changed compensation because of SB 329. At the March meeting, council gave direction to update council compensation to $2,000, $2,250 for the mayor, and they requested staff to research benefits and other things for the council. I did previously go through a list of council responsibilities. It's quite a long list of responsibilities. I will highlight that there was several unique responsibilities and matters for the city of Marina because we are a coastal community. We are a former military base. We have endangered species in the city. There's a lot of development going on in the city, and we have a very diverse population with the city. We also, excuse me, we also went through a list of assignments for the city council where they're assigned to different boards and commissions throughout the county. The last meeting, I presented some of those cities that have updated stipends since SB 329 took effect. I will note that the list here of the dollar amount is for the stipend only. This does not contain the value of benefits or the cost of benefits to these cities. And I'll go over that in a little bit. Part of the research included other fringe benefits such as car allowance, which some cities have, cell phone stipends, travel reimbursement, automatic increases, and childcare reimbursement. This same slide was presented at the last meeting, although we added that last column on the right, which has the yellow numbers. This is where we kind of put a numerical amount towards the cost of benefits to each of these cities. So most cities have CalPERS. I think all of them in the Monterey Peninsula and Monterey County have CalPERS. So we all have the same benefit plans. We all have mostly the same coverage. Some cities may change a little bit on the percentage that they cover. However, for the city of Marina, we talked about the fact that we cover 75% of the lowest cost premium. And I just wanted to highlight that with these numbers, when we add a numerical value to health, dental, and vision, the city of Marina remains the lowest aside from Pacific Grove.
And I just want to yet highlight that because a lot of the social media, a lot of the comments that I'm hearing out in the public doesn't understand that. What they're reading and seeing in other websites and on cities, they're seeing stipend only. And what you're not seeing, and it's not transparent, is that they're paying all these benefits, and those benefits are a huge cost. And what Marina is doing is we're being the opposite. We're being extremely transparent. We're saying the 2,000 that's being proposed for the council and the 2,250 for the mayor is all inclusive. It's the stipend and the benefits and everything in that package. And so it's very transparent, very upfront. And so when you're trying to compare apples to apples, the 2,000 is salary and benefits. And what they're seeing in the public, a lot of them on the websites, it's only reflecting the stipend, and it's not showing the dollar amount that's contributed for the healthcare and CalPERS and other benefits.
I was going to highlight the city of Seaside. So their current stipend for both mayor and council is $395. But when you add the value of benefits to that, because the city has the cost of paying for those benefits, it increases the total cost to about $2,400, which is still higher than what the city of Marina's total cost would be. I did want to mention that I did update the numbers for Watsonville on there because they had something proposed on their December 2024 council meeting. I have not been able to confirm if that was changed. They haven't put anything out as a new salary table or anything, but I did put the proposed numbers that they had. We provided for council consideration 2 options. One was to go with the average stipend for the cities in that table that we just presented, and having the city contribute to benefits. The other option was what the council proposed, which was the stipend of $2,250 for the mayor, $2,000 for council, with eligibility to benefits, but no city contribution to those benefits. Council would be allowed to divert their stipend to those benefits. The numbers here remain the same. This is the same exact chart that was presented at the last meeting. If we keep mayor and council in the proposed amount, $2,250 for mayor, $2,000 for the city council, the total cost to the city would be almost $125,000 for an annual cost. And I know I kind of skimmed through that, but we've kind of gone over some of those things 3 times now. So I'm open to any questions or discussion.
Okay. So this is the time for just clarifying questions, which are really restricted to absolutely clarifying questions. Like, was it $950 or was it $1,000? That kind of clarifying question. If there are no clarifying questions at this time, as we normally do, we would go to the public for input. Any clarifying questions? Okay.
Clarifying question from me. Our current policy is that if council members are doing travel or business within the city, they are not reimbursed for those expenses. Is that correct? Travel expenses?
That is correct.
And going forward under this proposal, that would remain the same, right? Is that
correct?
Okay. And what would be, if we were to reimburse for, let's say, travel, let's say somebody does 30 miles a day within the city, would we use the IRS reimbursement rate? Is that, and I'm not proposing that we do that. I'm just trying to understand that there are these significant costs that are not being reimbursed.
We currently don't do that for our employees. We actually are lower than the IRS requirement. I know our finance director, we're updating our travel policy at the moment, but right now we don't cover up to IRS requirements,
Okay.
much less.
So something less than that. I think that's my clarifying questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you. So let's go to the people in person, and you have up to 3 minutes should you wish to speak on this matter.
Oh, hi again. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is May Dungo. Regarding the salary and the stipend, I am in favor of increasing it to 2,250 for the mayor and 2,000 for the council, only because I know that you guys work really hard for us, and it doesn't matter how much I thank you, that thank you is not gonna buy you a gallon of gas. And I think that we, the city of Marina, I mean, I'm not the only one that's gonna pay that. It is the whole city. And I know that we should step up to the plate and at least help you because the cost of living now is getting higher and higher. And like the dollar store is no longer a dollar, it went up 25%, and everything else is going up 100%. And I don't know what it's gonna take in the next little while, how the economy is gonna be. And I think that the 2,000 and the 2,250 is not really a lot of money, because I was talking to my friend who is a manager in one of the apartment here, and she said the 2-bedroom apartment, the going on right now is $3,000. And so that money is not even gonna buy you, not gonna be able to pay for your apartment. And also, I know when you go to meetings, you're also spending money on your gas, your time, and then you have to eat. You know, we all have to eat, and it's necessary. And I just want to thank you for all the things that you do for us. And I know I have the love for our city, but I don't have your intelligence and your dedication, because I know after the meeting, after tonight's meeting, you're going to be staying here until midnight, and I can't do that because tomorrow I have to go back to work so I can pay my own gasoline and my food and everything else. So I can only thank you for that. And also, I'm a part of the Measure U Plan B, and I just want to thank people that we're meeting. I know
I'm sorry, May, right now, we can only speak to the council mayor compensation.
Okay, well, I approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, May. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak here?
Good evening again, John Sanders. I'm not using charts, graphs, or data tonight. I've sent all of you some metrics that I felt would be relevant and pertinent in this matter. And I did that because I see the staff report that you've been using, and I'm not blaming staff for this, but the staff report is pretty one-dimensional. It's a combination of financial and benefits data. I think it's absolutely important that you examine other variables, and that's what I've tried to send you information on, or some of the other elements that create a multivariate analysis. I think 2,000 is just too high. It's one big jump. And what's to preclude you from coming back next year and saying, well, we need health benefits now? So trust can be considered as a belief or a relationship. And I think bottom line, your decision begins to influence trust, the relationship that you have with the residents, the citizens of this city. I've asked some questions and I've gotten some answers that don't quite meet the mark, in my opinion. So I asked, did you do a budget analysis? I got the response, well, it's going to be trivial or likely to be trivial. Okay, 125,000 is a total. Maybe that will be trivial. But if you didn't do a budget analysis to go along with it, how do you know? Where does it fit in within the overall budget picture? I asked about a comment someone made, our work is more difficult. And so I asked, well, do you have something to document that? And I got the response, well, I'll ask the HR director. I asked about the comments about this will promote younger people to be involved in city government. Haven't really gotten a response on that. And I can't find any examples of any cities in California that have tried this to see if they have information or insight that could be useful. I think one city just this year is trying childcare for parents who are attending city council meetings, not for the city council members. But anyway, there are a lot of unanswered questions still, and I hope that you reconsider what you put in the ordinance.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Brown. And I have to say that tonight I was shocked. I was surprised. What I was surprised at was not that you're considering voting yourself and what I feel is an appropriate raise, but that the compensation package, not just the salary, the compensation package is the lowest in the county. I'm sorry, is the lowest of these cities on Exhibit A. I wonder how many people who are going to come in here and oppose the increase have read Exhibit C. It says it all. Pacific Grove is an outlier. It's also the smallest city listed on Exhibit C. However, they do have to pay $420 as a stipend. I'm sorry, no, $420 as a stipend, which happens to be more than what Marina council members are paid now. And then we look at the next comparable size cities, which are Seaside and Monterey. Total compensation to the council is almost $3,000 per month. That includes health benefits. Marina's different. It doesn't pay for council members' health benefits. The proposal is they'll be eligible, but the city still won't pay for it. And then we look at Seaside. Total benefits package for council members, $2,400. With Marina, the proposal is $2,000 for council members. That's reasonable. The problem is too many people are looking at this as, oh my God, this is a 400% increase. Well, it is. It's a 400% increase, but that's because over the years, over the decades, the compensation package has not been increased since I read 1980. And I don't think that members of the public who focus on that also know what all you do. You don't just appear at council meetings. You don't just show up. You prepare for hours, sometimes days, looking at the complex issues in the agenda. It looks like my time is running out. You also go to commission meetings, committee meetings. You prepare for hours before. You have meetings with council, with members of the public. And I think this is well deserved. It doesn't put the compensation at the highest of these cities. It puts it at a reasonable level. And Mr. Mayor, I hope you will vote for it this time as well and support your fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else in the room wish to speak to this matter?
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm relatively new to Marina. We've been here a little less than 2 years, and we found a little piece of paradise and intend to spend the rest of my days here. My background before moving here was in local government in a Tennessee city where I served on planning commission, council, eventually became mayor, and did that for quite a few years. You could take what you see in social media from probably almost any town about this size. It was similar, a little smaller, but similar. And just change a few of the issues and you would see the same things, what people like and what they don't like about what's happening and the kind of complaints that you have. So, you know, this isn't surprising to see that there's controversy around an issue like this. I mean, for goodness sakes, you're talking about giving yourselves a raise, and people are predisposed, it seems, to dunking on folks who serve in civil positions without doing it themselves and not really understanding what goes into it and the amount of time. And it's a tremendous amount of time. And it takes away from all of your abilities to make money for yourselves and to spend time with your families. It can even, for small business owners, be a death knell for because of controversial issues. You're taking a risk. If you don't raise this, I think you're setting yourselves up for making so that only the extremely wealthy can afford to serve in positions. And that's not good for representative democracy, for representative government. And it hits closest to home, even in a small town. I would like to say that coming to Marina and then finding out, meeting most of you at civic functions, things that are happening in town, and finding out what's going on has blown me away. You guys are to be commended. I think you're doing it right. And I should have not just acknowledged the counselors, but the staff as well. The staff has been fantastic, all of our interactions with them. I hope that you, Mayor Legato, will also, I agree. I think you should vote for the raise for yourself. And it needs to take place, in my opinion, in order to keep this place as great as it is. And to say that people who were appointed positions because no one ran are not elected officials, I disagree with that completely. You are elected officials, and more people would probably run if it made more sense. So thank you, and thank you for this awesome town. We look forward to what's coming.
Thank you, Dan. Is there anyone else in this room? And then we'll go online after people in this room had a chance.
Howard Gustafson, 66-year resident of Marina. Also served as your board chair of the Forward Restoration Advisory Board, 8 years council, 14 years water district, president of United Veterans Council. We brought you the DOD clinic, president of the United Veterans Council, president of the Cemetery Foundation. We brought you the cemetery. Been on TAMC, all of the waste management district, you name it, all of the various boards and that, and never once did it ever come to my mind to ask for anything of my community because it was a volunteer position. And when I went back to the meeting after I had left the meeting the last time, and I listened to your comments from the council, it's as if nobody had ever spoken. You were the most condescending, arrogant bunch I'd ever heard. And Biala, you talked for so long about how bright you were. I mean, what was this all about? To justify the salary? Yeah, that's what I heard. And Vischer, you were asking that you should command respect from us. I don't respect you at all. I don't care what you serve on, because I think this is probably the dumbest council in the history of Marina. And I don't think you deserve a raise at all. And I don't know how you got these people to speak for you. I don't know where they come from. But I've been here all my life and have volunteered and never asked for a penny. And I'm not rich by myself. And you were condescending and arrogant after all of those people spoke their concerns as if they were not even in the room. You didn't even care about them. There's an election coming up. We're going to be working. I've not worked the election. I didn't work against McAdams. I should have. I'm going to get out there next time and work it against you people. That's for sure coming up.
Thank you, Howard. Anyone else in the room want to speak before we go to online public? Okay, let's go to Brad. Welcome back, Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is a really pivotal moment because I think maybe it would behoove the council to maybe sit back right now, take a deep breath, relax, and say, you know what? I think I made a really bad decision. And I think the timing of this is really bad because previously you discussed the alternative to Measure U. And then on top of that, you said, you know what? Just because we can, we're going to go ahead and instead of using the taxpayer dollars that we were entrusted with, we're going to use those dollars to give us some more money in our pockets. You know, all of you ran for office knowing the fact of what the compensation would be per month for city council or for mayor. So to say right now that, oh, we can't attract other people to run for office unless we can give them more money, basically to, what are you saying, to bribe people to run? I don't think so. And again, I just want to remind people again, I said it before in the previous session, the public comment session, that two of you council members were unelected. You ran unopposed. So, and now you have the audacity to go ahead and say, I was unelected, but I'm just going to go ahead and give myself a raise. I don't understand that. And again, you went in with your eyes wide open that the compensation to run for office, and most of you, if I can recall, said that you wanted to do this. And I just want to maybe ask the question again. Why did you run for council in the first place? Why did you want to be on city council? I don't recall any of you saying, well, I want to be on city council, so when I get on the council, I can go ahead and raise the compensation for me to be on the council. I didn't hear that. I heard a lot of, oh, I want to give back to my community. I'm interested in wanting to make sure that Marina has smart growth, et cetera, et cetera. So again, all I'm asking you to do is honor what you've said before. And even to those two of you who were unelected, to sit back and say, why am I here? Who am I serving? And do I deserve at this point, whether or not, and I hope you reconsider what you did, and I hope you do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you did.
Thank you very much, Brad. Let's welcome back Nancy Amadeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I expressed my opinion on this the last time, but I have to say, I felt it was disingenuous when council said this was their way of attracting younger people, people with families. I was in childcare for 22 years, and I will tell you that people raising a family do not have the time that they want to give to something outside like council. It is very demanding. It does require a lot of time. I didn't even get involved at the planning commission level until my youngest daughter went off to college because of the demands. I sat on numerous commissions. I still sit on the mosquito abatement board. And there was a complaint that, gee, I made $100 a month. And what did I do for that? You know what? There's a lot you do in any organization. I sat on community human services for 8 years, and there was no stipend involved. And there was numerous committees I sat on. I devoted a lot of hours to that one organization. I devoted a lot of hours to AMP, where in fact at one point I became chair, which demanded more hours. I sat on nonprofit boards that had nothing to do with council. But I will tell you that people are going to say, okay, I would love to have $2,000 extra a month, but I cannot afford the time because my family deserves that time. You're not going to attract people because of that money. And if they need health benefits, they are better off going through the California program or Obamacare than they are to run for council, which is going to cost them money and time. And then they're going to owe the city money in order to pay for the healthcare because the stipend isn't large enough to cover healthcare. That doesn't mean I think it should be part of your program. It means to be realistic about the kind of people who can afford the time and expense, because this is not going to cover all your expenses when you sit on all these other boards and go to all these other events. I went to every event that came along. I did my best to represent my community, and I represented all of my community, the haves and the struggling. And yes, we have many who struggle in this community. And the first 2 years, I didn't take my stipend at all. I didn't take it at all, and not because we were wealthy, but because I didn't have to take it in order to be able to serve in what I considered a volunteer position. I'm not telling you your stipend shouldn't be increased, but what you're asking for is not going to do what you said it should do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy, and thanks for your service to the city over the years. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Okay.
Hi. So my question is, are the slides that Belinda is preparing, are they available to the public upon request? One question wonder.
Thank you,
Thank
Denise.
you.
Thank you. Quick answer, yes, but we'll answer all the questions after public comment.
Thank
Let's
you.
go to, you're welcome. Let's go to Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my comment. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Howard, for all of your years of commitment to this community. 66 years as a community member. You've seen a lot. I've lived here for 15 years myself and lived in Seaside prior to that my whole life. So it's interesting to meet members who have been here for a long time and have built a lot of what we have in this community from the ground up. So I just wanted to thank you for your service. And I also, was feeling like the odd woman out prior to you speaking. I was really surprised at the amount of people who were like, yeah, let's give them a raise. Guys, this is absolutely a volunteer position. You really do not have to be here. And to hear you all pushing for a raise after our community shut down Measure U is shocking. There were many complaints about the lack of clarity with Measure U, and we said no. Like, we don't want to give you more tax dollars at this time. We want to make sure that our money is being used wisely. I just want to say that times are really hard. We're in a really interesting economic time. I just read that credit card debt is the highest that it's been in quite a long time, and we're feeling that. My husband works a full-time job and makes slightly more than what all of you are asking for with your volunteer work. And we pay out the nose for medical. We can't afford childcare, so I gave up teaching to stay home. And this to me is just so wrong. If you were truly needing that stipend, you would not be here. This work is not for those who have not. It's for the people who have. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to survive off of $2,000 a month. Mick Adams, I just wanted to address some of your comments from the previous meeting. Hearing you say, well, we have to, spend our own money and we contribute our money to things. As a former teacher of 13 years, I spent a lot of my money on my students, and it was a public service for my kids. And I never asked parents to pay me back. I didn't ask the district. I wasn't at the meeting saying, we want money. I was there for the kids. That was part of my volunteerism. And so to hear that come from you as a new member who wasn't even elected, it's infuriating. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's go back to Carolyn. Carol, welcome back, Carolyn.
Great to be with you. Thank you for hearing me out once again. So my comment is I just want to make sure that we definitely do not have it on the table for any childcare reimbursements. I just wanted to point out that it was really flawed years back when a Seaside City Council member was investigated further for having so many charges on the city for childcare reimbursements. So I just want to make sure that that's off the table. And I agree to the sentiment that people who want to be there ought to be there in public service, and that it is a public, it's a civil or civic responsibility or civic duty that is volunteer work. And I kind of relate it to my experience with being an election official for the county elections, and how there's several hours spent even in preparation for the event, taking supplies home, counting them, picking up the supplies. There's just a lot that goes into it. And there's a small stipend for all that work, and for getting childcare for that day, and securing, all the necessary things, and food, and providing donuts for the staff. Like, it goes with the territory. But with that, I just want I want everyone to remember what it is that you're in office for, and who we want to recruit, or who we want to have in office years later. Do we want the haves, the have-nots? Do we want those that can only afford it? I'm a single mother myself, 34 years old, recently became disabled, and childcare is extremely hard. But we fortunate enough to have a youth facility that charges $75 for the entire year. Now, if we can make accommodations for after the fact to get childcare arranged, because I know that childcare is only till 6 p.m. and meetings start at 6:30, so there's a lot of time that has to go devoted for childcare. But I just don't want that to be the flawed excuse, is that, for childcare, or for these reimbursements that are needed for travel. Like, I am a very, very low income Marina resident with children, and I'm aspiring to be a civic leader, and I do not ever want to have to vote for myself to get an increase. I think that should be done by the citizens themselves. So circling back to elections, may we please somehow get this off the agenda and reconvene with having it on a ballot. I think that's appropriate. I don't ever think that we should be in a position to approve our own finances and approve our own stipends. That just, it doesn't seem fitting at all. So if we can reconsider that. Thank you very much. And I yield.
Thank you, Carolyn. Let's go to Monica Leonard. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you again so much for allowing me to speak. I sent an email to you, Mayor and Council, and I did receive a reply from Council members McAdams and Vischer. And I want to take a minute to appreciate the time they took to reply. I did find it interesting, though, that part of the argument given by the council in favor of the increase is to encourage community members to get involved. McAdams said that there's a level of expertise needed to serve competently. So that made me pause. Is the raise to encourage the average citizen to participate, or is it to get experts? The people that the council is claiming to encourage aren't going to be able to run anyway because they can't afford a campaign. I don't have an extra $5,000, or I don't have any extra money at all to run for a campaign. So I think that is a null point. Also, the cities being used in the staff report, I noticed they all have larger populations and greater incomes, but that hasn't been highlighted. That point has just been skirted over. Now, don't get me wrong, I do believe a modest increase is warranted, but the proposed amount is outrageous. Prove it isn't a self-serving money grab by having the proposed increase go into effect when everyone voting goes through another election, or have a modest raise go into effect now. If this is passed as proposed, my perception will continue to be that it's a money grab, and I'll lose all faith in the council. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Let's go to Glenn Whitson. Good evening, Glenn.
Mute. Okay. Can you hear me fine?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry I was late and didn't get to hear the beginning of it. I want to thank you, Mayor Delgado and the council for raising the issues, but I want to point out that ultimately, I've thought about this a lot over the last couple months, that what we're really creating here is a perception issue. The reason that I was late tonight was that I just got off on a 2-hour meeting with the new federal agency that I'm working with, and we laid off 6,000 people in my agency alone in the last 4 days. On the Mon Peninsula, the Department of the Navy and Homeland Security at the Naval Postgraduate School has already laid off 2 people, and that's just the start of what's going on across the government right now. And when you start looking at what is happening in our country, and you look at the cascading effects that it is going to have down to the community level, and that's going to be across Monterey County, it's going to be across every county in our country. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's just where it's going to become. To ask for this much money is really just setting off a series of perception issues. And it's not about Measure U, it's about where are we going as a city. And I believe that we should have a modest raise. I understand that I'm assuming that if this goes into place, that this is going to be more of a taxable issue instead of a stipend, which is more non-taxable. So you take off some of that. But ultimately, I think going back to the proposals that were made last month of somewhere in the order of $1,000 for the council and $1,200 for the mayor is realistic. I think that if you want to put that in place and then come back and reassess this in 2 or 3 years, I think that that makes more sense. I'm not sure that you're really going to get new people to come in just by paying them $24,000 a year. That's not going to really work easily. But then I think the last point I want to make is that there's a lot of concern about, okay, we voting our own raise in. And my suggestion to handle that one would be to incrementally increase this, that provide a smaller raise. Say, if you're looking at $1,000 and $1,200, find the halfway point, or find the $700 this year and $900 for the council and the mayor. And then after the next election, then put the second phase of that in to take it to the full obligation. But ultimately, what this comes down to is our country is going through some dramatic changes right now that is going to affect a lot of us across the board. Just like Nancy talked about before, oh, well, then just get the ACA. I will tell you right now that that is not a area that I think that I would put a lot of confidence in. Thanks for the time tonight.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for your service, including being a planning commissioner chair for some years now. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Welcome, Christina.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. You're able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. Christina Medina Dirksen, almost a 30-year resident now of Marina. As a parent, as somebody who decided to run for office, I'm going to tell you, people will run. I have many neighbors. I have people who I have talked to with children, with family, who would make the time and who are engaged and who would be interested in running. So I think what Mr. Woodson said is correct. We do have to look at the political climate of what's occurring at this moment. Perhaps incremental increases, but for people to chastise you for a money grab is ludicrous, and I believe it to be frankly disrespectful. The amount of time that goes into you, all of you up there, including the staff that's sitting there. You put so much time, so much effort, and many of you are personally responsible for bringing resources to this community. And when I say resources, I'm talking about the relationships you have built with Senator Laird giving us $1 million for a senior center. I'm talking about economic prosperity. I'm talking about Joby Aviation. I'm talking about retail that is coming to town. Years of working to get the dunes off the ground. That's because of the hard work of people like our mayor, and to pay them pennies. And we're complaining about $120,000 a year. That is, when you put it in perspective for the amount of work that they do, and I did do the numbers, and I came up with $40,000 a year is what I was putting into as a former council member. So people are really hitting you hard with recall and this and that, which is completely disrespectful. I think two different issues here. Measure U is one, and you will not have a backlash because I believe that citizens of this community appreciate the work that you do and that you are worth every penny of that. So while you take time to think about this and weigh community opinion, just know there's a lot of people there that are going to talk this down. But I just know that you have a whole lot more people in this community that appreciate what you do and would not have a problem with seeing you get paid for what you actually do. I had 2 meetings in the last 2 weeks with members of other cities. On Saturday, on day off Monday, I had a meeting with a council member from a neighboring city who was appalled that you do not get paid. They have benefits, and what their benefit packages come to dwarf what is before this the decision before you today. So I just want to appreciate everything you do, and hopefully you think this through carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Anyone else at home that would like to speak up? Please raise your hand before we close public comment. We'll give you another moment or two. Okay, let's welcome Elizabeth Billingsley. Hello, Elizabeth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, welcome. Thank you. I am not for the raise. I'm saying yes, they should get something, but not that amount. Nobody gets that big of a jump from 1 month to the next or for 1 year. Everybody ran. They know what they were getting into. Nobody twisted your guys' arms to run for office. You did that all on your free will, and we all voted for you guys. I'm not saying don't get a stipend or get something, but not as much as you're all asking for. That's all I have to say. A lot of people, they're shaking their heads and say, that is outrageous. Okay? Thank you. That's all I have to say. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And thanks for all your service to our community for many, many years. Let's go to Cindy Perry. Good evening, Cindy.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
So I just wanted to echo what Liz just said. I do not oppose an increase. I oppose the excessive amount you are proposing, and I hope you reconsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Let's go to Erica Graham. Welcome, Erica.
Hey everyone. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there and state that I really appreciate everything that you all do. Public service is not easy by any means, and I have lived in the city of Marina since '89. I've watched the city grow exponentially, and you all have taken on, especially those of you who've been serving for a long time, you've taken on a huge increase in the workload, and there's been a lot of decisions that have had to be made. I really hope that the city of Marina residents and decide to increase your pay. It's been a really long time since that has happened. And obviously it is a big deal in the state of California, or the Senate bill wouldn't have been passed to allow for increases. So I really hope that people consider the increase, and if it doesn't happen right now, I hope that they consider making sure that incrementally it will happen to get you all up to the point that you have requested. But I really feel like it is something that needs to happen now. The city has the means to do so and is making great progress. And with the new communities coming in and the income from the new buildings, it's totally reasonable and fair. And it's unfortunate that we didn't put any value into the building that you all have to make these decisions in. And it's unfortunate that we are not placing any value on all of the work that you do. all of the time that you put in, all your efforts, and all that you all have to give up in your lives. Adding on these additional issues and decisions and participation in all of the events that you participate in. So I really hope that the citizens in the city of Marina actually start placing some of these values, since they're requesting so much from you all, and continue to increase that workload. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Erica, and congratulations on being 2024 Marina Woman of the Year for all your service and contributions.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment? Okay, let's go to Mike Kennedy. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor Bruce. I just want to thank you, Mayor, and Council Member Jenny for replying to my emails. I suggested a kind of a pay for performance type approach. I know you've all been working hard, but I'd like to see how you disclose what you've been doing. Maybe, as Jenny agreed with me, where she said maybe regular public progress reports for clarity would help. And I agree. Perhaps a monthly e-blast similar to the Imgen Parkway project would help. I think you would be proud of the hard work everyone on the council says they're doing. I'd like a progress report of what is being done for this stipend or salary or compensation that you're asking for. And also, for the work you're doing, you probably do deserve a salary adjustment. But let's face it, $1,000 salary increase is a little steep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for joining us tonight. Let's go to Elaine. Welcome, Elaine. You look like you're ready to go, Elaine, if you'd like to start. We can't hear you. Okay, I'm sorry, Elaine. We don't hear you speaking. All right. Well, I know that we've communicated in a couple of different ways, Elaine, but I don't know if you've communicated with other folks here on the dais, but I'm sorry we can't hear you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. And looking for questions that were asked. Brad asked kind of a hypothetical question, I guess, but why do we run for council? Each of us can answer that if we wish. I ran for council to do the things that I do, to be available to everybody in our city 7 days a week, year after year for decades that I've served here. And it's been very fulfilling and very challenging. And this is the purpose of my life, is to help the people in town and help our natural resources that support our lifestyle here in town. So I give it my all day after day. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not trying to help the city. And most of my days are filled with working for the city. So that's why I ran for city council. Anybody else wish to answer that somewhat hypothetical question? Okay. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a mom raising my kids here in Marina, and I ran to represent parents and to make our city a better place for all of our kids and future generations, and to also make it a sustainable place. So I don't have to necessarily see my kids move away, as I have witnessed so many of, my parents' friends, all of their kids have had to move away because they can't afford to live here. There's no jobs to sustain a family. And so I hustle. I got the fire in my belly and I work really hard for our community and especially for our kiddos.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to campaign from behind the dais, although I'm happy to do that. But I think, I'll just say briefly, I ran because I wanted to improve health outcomes for the citizens of Marina. I ran because public service is in my blood. It is in my family's blood. We have a long line of serving the community. I spoke last meeting, I would do this without compensation or not. But I think nonetheless, there's valid reasons to be considering this tonight. So I just didn't want to say nothing and people think, misinterpret that I ran because I have a lot of free time, right? So, but if you want to know more, marinabryan.com.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Brian. I'll look up your page. I would like to thank my neighbor who opposed me. So I can say I did have an opponent, but I agree you were all elected, whether you had an opponent or not. 3 of you, by the way, who did not. So, but for me, it all started with moving to Marina, not having a job at that moment, seeing something about a water meeting. And I said, I think we need to go there to my husband. That's when I met our mayor, Kathy, who was not on the council yet. You just get involved. You get involved with something that you think is not good for the community. And it doesn't matter whether you get paid or not, which you can do if you can afford to do that. If you don't need to have an income. I was able to give a lot of my time. I got trained by these 2 people here and a lot of other people. And from that, it was 2018, was a citizens initiative for 3 ballot measures. I learned to knock on doors. I told somebody today who asked me, I said, until then, I had never even attended a council meeting in any of the cities where I was living. So, but I learned to knock on doors, give information, get the signatures, get all 3 ballots, all 3 measures on the ballot, then had to walk again to ask to vote yes. And they all 3 made it, all 3 passed. And it was all to get more money for the city. Because when I moved here, I told people, I don't know what went wrong in the past, but I can see this town needs money. This needs maintenance. So I was very inspired by seeing that if you give information, people will listen, they will vote, even to tax themselves. And as Mr. Sanders knows, one of my main reasons for running is the lack of a long-term maintenance program. And I know it takes way longer than I would have liked, but when my first term, and maybe my only term, I don't know what the voters will decide, but when my first term is over, if there is a long-term maintenance plan in place, it will have been worth all my energy, all my time, and not just my time, but I know staff and other council members and our city manager. Many people are working on it. It just takes longer. So anyway, that was my reason for running. And it's even if we're complaining about how much time it costs, it is interesting. It is exciting. So anybody who's considering running, I'm always open to talk. I'll even treat you to a cup of coffee because I always pay for the coffee, even for the developers. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biala.
Well, I was not going to respond because I'm definitely not going to campaign ever again, but I started off really with fighting for Marina's water. And I might say that I'm one of the most knowledgeable people from a long time ago trying to fight CalAm and preserve Marina's wonderful groundwater from a water grab, an illegal water grab. And so that started it. And I was able to sort of interact at the grassroots with all of our communities. So all the battles that we had at the Coastal Commission, our whole community, all of our diverse communities showed up. It was just so amazing. And so from that, it was a jump off point to really loving Marina. And, one thing led to another, and I was on the planning commission, and here I am on council. And never in my entire life, I'm a retired master's prepared nurse. Never in my entire life would I have ever thought that I would be in public service and an elected position. So this was never anything that I even dreamed of. And it's only because Marina is a special place. And I've lived all over the United States, and this is where I'm going to live and die. It's the most wonderful place I've ever lived in. And so anything that I can do to help create a better place is what I'm doing every single day. And I think the mayor said it, it's 7 days a week, really. It's evening. I don't even have any free evenings because so many of these meetings are in the evening. My weekends are shot. It really is a full-time, more than full-time position. So thank you very much, everyone.
Did anyone note any questions that I neglected to mention just now? Lots of comments, and we appreciate all those comments. Okay, so now we go to council comments after public comment. And I think I'd like to ask the city attorney or the city manager to summarize where we are and what the purpose of tonight is on this matter.
Sure. What you have before you tonight is the first reading of an ordinance. And we have included language that you were directed to us at the last meeting. So tonight would be, if you approve the first reading, it will come back at our next council meeting for second reading and adoption at that point.
Okay.
It should,
go ahead.
If there's any amendments to it, then it has to come back again for a first reading.
Okay. And I think that's if there's any substantive amendments, if there's a typo or and is spelled without a D, something like that. Let's go to our city attorney, Renee
Yeah, can we get,
Ortega.
a little bit of clarification. So yeah, just to clarify a little, any minor amendments, clarifications, as you mentioned, clerical corrections, adjustments to wording, that if that is made, then it can go straight to second reading at the next council meeting. However, any major amendments you make to the ordinance, we would have to come back for a first reading.
Okay. Belinda, did you have anything at this time? Okay, you're just ready. So take it away, council. Any input? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just say, as a mom raising my family in Marina, I can vouch that parents can absolutely run for office, win, and serve. And we need parents raising children in our community up here, bringing a different perspective. We need people of all ages, people of color, renters, homeowners, coming from different backgrounds. There's Marina is such a diverse and beautiful community. And I think the last thing that any of us want to see is a bunch of white people who are retired and outright own their home, making all the decisions, all the budgetary decisions, all of the money, for the city. And so, some of the comments that we've heard are just, I know that our community is gracious and compassionate, that's what I have to keep reminding myself. That we're here to represent the thousands of residents that are getting their kids ready for bed. They have to wake up at, 5:30 in the morning to go to work and all of that, right? I mean, so it's a luxury, I think, to be able to, come to council meetings, sit here for 6, 7, 8 hours, provide public who gets to do that? Not really normal working class people. And so that's what I have to continually remind myself, and so I do appreciate, I'm very thankful for this community conversation. It is difficult and uncomfortable. And I appreciate my colleagues for being brave, and I just, for me, it's like when we receive the negative remarks and we've gotten some horrible, emails and people are like, well, it comes with the job. No. Hostility and harassment and being unkind doesn't come with any job. Period. End of story. So I just would really ask the community to, yes, we're here. We're here to serve you. I will answer every single email. I pick up my phone. I think we're all very, very reachable. You don't necessarily get that all the time. And so I'm not going to sit up here and justify anything. I'm comfortable where we're at. I do like the fixed amount. For me, when I was thinking about it with the health insurance, even though I am disappointed it's not included, health insurance is being raised 10%, 20%, 30%. The premiums are going through the roof. And so with this sort of fixed cost of $2,000 for council, $2,250 for the mayor, it's very transparent. The community knows exactly the amount that the council members are receiving. And there's no, who's getting benefits, there's none of that. We're just eliminating that. So there's no speculation. There's not going to be any sort of, well, Jenny has kids and so her health insurance is more. No, just that's the amount. And I appreciate, if future council people or current council people need to participate in the medical plan, they do have access to a very good plan, and it will cost them out of pocket, yes. However, it will be less than affording a regular market plan. So, if you have a family, you would be spending $700 a month versus, $1,600 a month for basically a catastrophic plan. So I'm okay with that. I just appreciate the transparency part of that for the community and just that fixed dollar amount. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. For me, making approximately $2 an hour for many years is fine. And if this proposal we're considering tonight gets implemented, I would be making approximately $18 an hour, which is fine. I've definitely listened to a lot of social media emails and comments in public here. And I've also talked to a lot of people one-on-one. And so I think I have a pretty good feel. I think we all have a pretty good feel of the range of comments we've gotten from you don't deserve an extra penny to you deserve what you're asking for to we think you deserve a higher stipend, but we're uncomfortable or very much against as high as $2,000 and $2,250. And I'm aware that people connect everything we do with everything else we do. And so I'm aware that every time we make a vote that upsets somebody, which is every time we make a vote on anything, that we lose people. People will say, that's the last time I'm going to be involved. That's the last time I'm going to trust. That's the last time I'm going to vote for that person. That's the last time I'm going to believe that, they're telling the truth. I'm out, so the less we lose people, the more unity we preserve in this town. And the more unity we preserve, the stronger we are collectively and the better we're able to improve where our weaknesses are. And so I agree with my council members that spending a lot less than other cities, even after implementing this proposed increase of $2,000 for council and $2,250 for mayor, that's still going to be, thousands less than Seaside spends on each of their council members and other cities. But because of the sticker shock, after 34 years at $200 and $250 a month respectively, it's sticker shock to ask for the $2,000 and $2,250. I understand that sticker shock, even though I see other reasons why it's valid. I understand what people are saying. So last time we met, I made a motion that considered the two methodologies presented in last meeting's staff report and again this meeting. One of those methodologies includes all the cities that the city of Marina uses as comparisons when considering keeping the salaries of our staff average to other cities, not at the high end, not at the low end, keeping us in the middle, which is very fair. And that's done for safety, public safety employees, and it's done for non-public safety employees. This comparison is for the non-public safety employees because we counsel our non-public safety employees. We're not police or firefighters. And so it's relevant that the city compared us to the cities they compare for non-public safety employees. The other, and that average was 1,200 for council approximately, and 1,500 for mayor approximately. The other methodology was just comparing us to the cities of the Monterey Peninsula, including Delray Oaks, Monterey, Pacific Grove, Sand City, and Seaside. And that average ended up being approximately 800 for council, 1,000 for mayor. And so a couple weeks ago, I made a motion. It didn't go anywhere, but that was kind of the split between those two. And so I am in favor of increasing this, and I think that will upset, people that don't want us to earn another penny. But I think it would be more palatable to more people and preserve more unity in our town than if we go for the 2,022.50. So again, I'll be making a substitute motion when the time comes to give the mayor $1,000 a month and give the council members $850. And that's really in the realm of these two methodologies used. So it's not an arbitrary amount. And I think that's going to make more people happy. But I'm not going to be upset or think it's wrong to go the way that we're going. I just think it's better to consider what we've heard from all of the public. Okay. Anyone else with input? Councilmember Biala.
So, let me just read one. So much material here. I'll find it. I just wanted to quote what the HR director in the analysis of our staff report said, basically that in her analysis that would still be the lowest of the ones of the cities that are surveyed. So however methodology we use, because we could cherry pick different cities too and come up with a whole different average. So I just want to say that our HR director said this about our stipends. Oh yeah, okay, thank you. It says, the proposed all-inclusive total stipend of $2,250 for the mayor and $2,000 for city council members will set Marina's total compensation at a level that is still lowest when compared to the total compensation of our comparable agencies other than Pacific Grove, because they're much smaller and they don't offer benefits. So I have to go on that. I mean, we have not gotten a raise. We're pretty much working without any fee at $200 and you take out taxes for 35 years. So yes, the sticker shock, as I said before, should be, my God, what have we been doing to the city council? I mean, so I'm going to obviously say that I would stick to the original, but I have two very important things. I think one is going to take a little longer, so maybe the second go around I'll come back again. But there was people out there that are still wondering why we're asking for more money when all we have is 2 city council meetings a month. And I wanted to let people know exactly from my own calendar all the things that I've participated in. So I think one of the speakers was saying, well, what do you all do? I mean, I just am astounded that people assume that we just do these meetings. And even though we're here till midnight and they can see some of the work we do, but that is certainly not anything. So I wanted to kind of read that. But before I do that, Council Member McAdams alluded to this, and this is a real concern. I don't have any problems with any of us disagreeing with each other up here or any of the public disagreeing with anything that we deliberate on. But this is one of the emails that was sent to me recently, and I want to read it because, I'll say it's anonymous. I don't know this person, never met them, but this is what they said. Kathy Biala, you are a damn pariah and a pox on this town. Resign. You and your cohorts do nothing worthy to receive this enormous raise. If you need money, then go get a real job instead of mooching off the citizens of Marina. This isn't a welfare position. It is a public service position. And if you cannot attend to your duties or maintain your personal life, then you need to leave. You are building quite a bad reputation for yourself. Pacific Grove got rid of worthless Jenny McAdams for just the same reason. You both need to leave. Now, when I read these kinds of things, I'm sorry, I'm shocked, and I don't want to normalize this. Marina is better than that. And it's not just for those of us here to have to defend ourselves or to say that this is really inappropriate behavior. And I think we just said that this kind of behavior is not acceptable for us as elected officials. It hurts. I didn't go through life being able to be told these kinds of things. No one in my professional life or my personal life for that matter has ever said such cruel, nasty things. So I want us to think about this. Marina has to be better than this, or no one good is going to be up here in the dais. And it's not just up to us to stop it. It's everyone else who hears it or witnesses it. We have to say, even if it's a very short thing, that is not appropriate. That is not something we want to do to our fellow human beings. And I want to ask you, everybody out there, let's not become this. But we are seeing more kinds of things like this. And it's really scary to me to think that I have to accept this. I'm not normalizing it by any chance, anyway, but I want everybody to see when we say that it's not easy up here, I want you to see in reality, this is the kind of things that we get. So that's my first part. And when other people have spoken, then let's do it again. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I'm very sorry that council members have received messages like the one that Kathy just read. So, and I agree with Councilmember Biala about, just the fact that this will still be the lowest when comparing to the total compensation, so including health benefits, because that's the big difference. Do you include the health benefits or not? Because some people don't need it, Medicare, or but I also like the fact that if it's a flat fee, voters will not have to choose between, oh, this candidate will cost me more than the other candidate. So so for me, that's very important now. And so this is also the reason that I'm not planning to second Mr. Mayor's motion. I thought I was doing it just for discussion, but I think we can talk about this the whole night and then we'll get blamed for having these ridiculous long meetings. So I can keep it short. I think it's time. It's time, the $200 from 1990, it's about $500 in today's dollars. So anything that people were suggesting less than 500, like that will not even get us up to the 1990 level. So, and then with all the increased hours that I have understood that, it was not always like this, that we needed so much time to prepare. I apologize for those who have sent me emails today that I did not reply to, because I was busy trying to understand an acoustic report, a sound level report. I often get blamed for being too detailed. And so we don't have staff. We reply to our own emails and phone calls. So if ever one falls in between the cracks, I apologize. I do my best, but I'm not perfect. So I will just stop because I can talk forever and it will only prolong our meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAdams. Both start with MC. Councilmember McCarthy.
We're probably related somewhere down the line. Who knows? So first, I just want to thank everyone behind this dais for what you do for the city. And that's not to make it sound self-serving, but AI tells me that elected officials often experience significant health impacts due to the intense stress of their roles, can manifest as increased risk of depression, strained family life, divorce, primarily driven by factors like long working hours, constant public scrutiny, and the high pressure of decision making. And I think when you live that, you know what that means. And maybe if you don't know what that means. But whether you make $150,000, whether you make nothing, or whether you make the minimum wage roughly that's being proposed tonight, thank you. Your contributions and the impact that it has around you don't go unnoticed by me. And I think they don't go unnoticed by many in Marina. And so it's just one of the things that makes me proud to live here. I think the comment that struck me the most tonight was that this position is not for have-nots, it's for the haves. And it's kind of what I've been feeling all along, but I really hadn't heard anybody actually say it out loud. And I respect the opinion, I just don't agree with it. These positions are for people that represent the city of Marina. We know that the city of Marina is one of the most disadvantaged cities in the region. And quite frankly, is full of a lot of have-nots. And yet, we've not had a lot of representation of those people. And I don't know what gets us there, but I know that what we're doing now isn't getting us there the way that I would like to see it personally. So, I've spoke with a lot of people, especially in my district, about this issue, because ultimately those are the people that I represent. People that live in District 1 happens to be probably the most disadvantaged area of the city. It's this downtown core. We're in District 1 now. It's a lot of apartment dwellers. It's a lot of people that are, quite frankly, working so hard that they can't even think about attending a city council meeting, let alone serving. And a lot of people in one of three camps. There's the people that are entrenched in the forget it, not going to support it. There's the people that are saying, yeah, of course this makes sense. And then there's the people that are saying, tell me more. And those are the people that I'm most impressed with. And when I sit down with the tell me more folks and articulate my perspective of why this is warranted, a vast majority, if not all of those folks have said, okay, yeah, that sounds completely reasonable. A city that I've been participating in politics here in Marina for a long time as a member of the public. And as a member of the public, I have often compared the city of Marina to a city in the Bay Area called Dixon, if you know it. And I do that because we're similar in budget, we're similar in population. We're not really big cities. And one thing I did is look up their council compensation. Their mayor with benefits makes just over $15,000. Their council makes less. But what I found in researching this is that it's all over the board. There's no standard, right, for cities in California. And it would be nice if the state legislator maybe would help create that standard. But they haven't. They've left it up to us. And so that's what we are deciding on tonight. And for me, I support the previous recommendation that's in the staff report. I think it's completely reasonable. I don't think it's outrageous. To those who think that it is, I hope you'll really ask yourself why you think that it's so outrageous, because I'm just not seeing it. And I don't want to belabor things that we've talked about. I mean, we've been talking about this for about a year now, when it was first announced. I don't want to continue to say the things that I've already said. So I think I'll stop for there. But yeah, if any council member wants to know more about my perspective, I'm happy to answer questions too. So thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I wanted to respond to some of the public comments tonight. John Sanders urged us to examine other variables. And I've had conversations with John one-on-one, remotely and in person. And the one variable that he intentionally excludes is the health benefits. And I think he does that because it doesn't support his narrative. But money is tangible. And if the health benefits offered by most other cities around us to their city council members increase the expense of city council to the city budget much more than the stipend, then why would we completely ignore that expense? And so tonight was the first time I saw in an exhibit C, that comparison, we've talked about it, but it's not really been in writing in a table format, but in Exhibit C, it talks about the total compensation being offered by other cities and us as a comparison. And most of the other cities' compensation comes from the health benefits. And if you only talk about stipend, then you're saying, we don't care that other cities spend a lot more on health benefits for their city council than they do on stipend. We don't want you to get health benefits, and we want our city council to get paid a lot less in stipend. That is saying that our city council in the city of Marina is not worth as much as other city councils all around us. And I know, this being our 11th council that I've worked with, because they change every 2 years, that this particular city council is working harder than I've seen any other of the 11 councils. And primarily that's because of our workload that's given us, but also it's because our council doesn't care that they're getting a heavy workload. They even do more than they're required to do because of why they wanted to serve in the first place. And we've had other councils that have really all been good and they've all been hardworking. It's just that everything in this life is getting more complicated and faster and more onerous. The ability to pay bills, the controversies stirred on social media, and you all know that our life is changing worldwide, and it's changing up on the dais as well to being more complicated, more challenging, and more onerous. And so to say that our city council, which is doing a fantastic job, I happened to bump into the county sheriff, Tina Nieto, and she was picking up some food. I was at a restaurant yesterday, and I said, "Who do you think is the most? You know, all 12 cities in Monterey County, Tina. Who do you think is the most stable city?" She thought about it, and she said, I got to say, it's Marina is the most stable city." Well, it's a stable city because we have a stable city government and a stable staff. And every 2 weeks, and this is one of them. This is not like we asked for this issue to come before us because we wanted more money. It's because staff told us a year ago they were going to put this on the agenda, and they did. And now here we are back again because it's taken that long for staff to get back around to it, not because we asked them to bring it back, but when they got around to it, they brought it back. Like any other issue, it comes before us, we deliberate, and then we vote, and we move on to the next issue. We're not here promoting this issue as a priority. We have 140 project priorities in ranked order, and this ain't one of them. And so staff decided it was time to bring this up, probably because of state legislation. But we haven't talked about raising city council salary in any council since 2000, since I've been serving. But this is the first time. And so this is the first council to talk about it because this is the first time staff brought it before us. But basically the bottom line is, even if we vote tonight to do what the ordinance says, we will be the least compensated city council except for Pacific Grove on the Monterey Peninsula. And we have the most growth, the most changes going on. And we probably, I don't know for sure, but I would suspect we put more hours into this than any other city council because we have to, or we can ignore what's going on. And we're not the 5 people that are going to ignore what's going on. Besides what's required, all that I know from all of us here, we put a lot more time into this job than is required. And I think it shows. And still, I think that that's my story. The public has their story. And the average story of the public is that the majority think that it's too high to go to 2250 and 2000. And I want to keep as many people on board as I said earlier. And that's why I think that a lesser amount is better. Okay, so that'll be my last comment on this matter. Let's go to.
Okay, this is kind of just an educational exercise, and I apologize if it seems long, but I think it's long because it tells the story of what we do. And I did this a year ago when we first got this agendized, and I just looked back 2 months and I wrote down everything. And then it was a year later, then in January, where we were supposed to talk about this agenda item. So I did it again because Thanksgiving and Christmas were in the last 2 months. I made it 60 days. So that's what I did is I logged in all the stuff that was city related, not my civic duty things that I choose to be involved in, but these are city related. And so I wrote them down and I want everyone to hear them because people out there still, I think, have the misconception that we don't do anything except here at council meetings. So I'm going to do that. And I'm sorry if it's, it's long, but the first things that happened, of course, in November was the elections. So someone in the public mentioned that they couldn't afford to even run for office because it takes money. And it's true. This time I just kept it under $2,000, but the first one I had to spend a lot of money. So that is the first commitment that comes out of our pockets that are related to city council, and yet it's not, you can't count it because you may not be elected. But anyway, that was the start of the November. I also attend the quarterly Coastal Commission meetings. We call it EJ Partners, and it's online, and it has the Coastal Commission chair and all of their staff and attorneys, and they invite EJ groups all across California, and I participate in that and have done that for several years. November 13th was our regular city council meeting. And I just want to say again, it starts at 5 o'clock for us, but you have to get ready for it. You have to drive over here. You have to come a little earlier. So this is just time. And we don't even mention those kinds of time commitments. And then as well as I do, the length of time this council meeting convenes. When this agenda item was postponed in January, we were at 12 midnight and we had to vote whether we should tackle this last agenda item. My brain was fried. I literally could not sit and go through this agenda item. So it was then pushed to the last one. And of course, this is the second one. So that was November 13th was a regular meeting. I spent significant hours planning and coordinating the Marina sister city official visit to Japan. And that's coming up in about 2.5 weeks, and it includes our city officials, the mayor, 2 council people, HR director, fire chief, Marina High School vice principals, and 4 community members. And we're all paying for our own expenses and hotels, travel, etc. I went to the Trader Joe's ribbon cutting, and that again, driving time, parking time. Planning Commission meeting, as I'm the council liaison. So that is twice a month. I went to the MST ribbon cutting plus the driving time. November 26th was another council meeting. And again, probably very long, C4SM steering committee, and we talked about the 2 city events, the Earth Day and the MLK Jr. statue event. I met with a private citizen regarding an issue before the council. That was 2 hours. Recruitment lunch for possible public works commissioner. Actually, that was with Lisbeth. Then I had a meeting with a planning commission regarding a past issue. Then I met with the newly elected MPRPD board member on the Lock Padden Master Park Plan. Another special city council member during work hours, may I add, and that was 2 hours. December 3rd was our regular city council meeting. Then I went to a Zoom in-service on best practices for bond measures by the League of Cities. December 6th, with the State Lands Commission, had a public hearing in Marina on the Cal-Am desal project and environmental justice. I spent hours preparing for that, helping the state land staff arrange for a venue, hours researching the issues, finding speakers, prepping speakers, and then conducting a tour with the city manager of the CMEX site where the Cal-Am project is supposed to be. I organized public support of MPRPD board meeting to promote our Asian American garden and the support of the general manager. I was interviewed by the University of Chicago graduate student on her publication about environmental justice. I attended the city holiday party. I met with a developer, and let me tell you, I always pay for my own as council member Vischer. We're allowed, I think, $25 or whatever, but I don't do it. I just pay for my own, no matter who I'm meeting with on city business. I met again with a private citizen on an issue before the council on December 17th. There was a regular meeting, of course, all the prep and stuff. I did a meet and greet with the new public works director. I did a meet and greet with the new planning staff. I met with a landscape artist on the Asian American garden concept design. January 7th, we had another special council meeting as a walkthrough of the Arts Village. I did another meeting with C4SM on the toy raffle because that's my job at the Earth Day event. We give free toys to all the children. I met with city manager and Marina businessmen to discuss implementation of the downtown vitalization specific plan. January 9th, we had another special meeting on the general plan update. I had a meeting with the Salinas Business Association president. I met for the concept design again for the Asian American garden. I spent hours of time devoting to 2 tasks for an attendance to the Marina MLK Junior celebration. It was 4 hours at the event. I recruited speakers. I reviewed their speeches. I coordinated phone calls. I obtained 24 volunteers to serve the food at the event. There was an in-person meeting with the University of Chicago graduate student for the environmental justice issues, and she actually flew into Marina, by the way, to attend our city council. January 22nd was a regular city council meeting. And by the way, before every city council meeting, I do meet with our city manager, so that's another meeting associated with all the prep time for city council. I did preparation for the DEI final report, including coordination and finalizing the report. And then, of course, last year we met for 6 months, this task force on Saturdays. I coordinated members, developed the agendas, preparing the venues, and documenting all meetings. I had 4 interviews at 3 different times for planning commissioner applicants. I traveled to San Francisco to a meeting with the chair of the California Coastal Commission on issues related to environmental justice and the Cal-Am Desal project, which is an all-day thing. When we have a meeting at 10 o'clock in San Francisco, you can imagine how early you have to wake up. January 24th, it was the Marina Sister City Zoom Student Exchange Program. We're in the 2nd academic year for it. I also sit on the Sierra Club board, in which I was a part of this investigation on the lawsuit fund that's been pretty much untouched for several years. And now that may bring dollars to Marina's projects. So there were 8 regular and special council meetings during that time. And that's not even counting the things that I do because I want to do that are not related to the city council meeting. So I'm saying this, thank you for listening, because I don't think people understand that it's just not sitting up here and being at a meeting. And you expect that from us, and we expect it of ourselves. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other comments. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to make a motion. I move we consider introducing ordinance number 2025- to be determined, amending ordinances number 90-8, 86.86-6, 85-3, and 79-12 to revise the compensation for mayor to $2,250 per month and to council members at $2,000 per month with eligibility for health benefits at the cost of the participant, and authorize the finance director to make the necessary budgetary adjustments.
Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, before we vote on that, I'd like to make a substitute motion for 1,000 and 850 respectively for the mayor and city council position. Would there be a second for that motion? All right, so when we don't have a second, the motion dies for a lack of second. And we have one motion on the table. Before we go to a roll call vote, any final comments or questions? Okay, if we could have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember MacArthur.
Yes.
McCarthy. Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No. All right, thank you, everyone. That motion passes 4-1 with the mayor dissenting. And let's move on. So our next item is to hire a consultant for a community engagement plan regarding $3 million from Cal-Am through the Coastal Commission. And thank you, everyone, for being here who are leaving. Have a nice evening. And our city manager, Lane Long, will frame this for us.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try to keep this brief. The staff report really provides all the background information. The public is probably going to get inundated and they may get confused a little bit. With our recreation side, we're going to be surveying and putting all this information out to the community to get input on this all-inclusive park. We have another process going with the State Coastal Conservancy that we're going to have a big public outreach and surveys on access to improving our access to the Fort Ord Dune State Park. We're going to have a city budget process where we're reaching out to the community. We have a general plan process going on that we're surveys and reaching out to the community. And so what we have is an additional thing with Cal-Am with one of their conditions in the conditional approval that they received in the Coastal Commission. And they have $3 million that they are obligated to provide to the city of Marina for improvements to our recreation, our coast, and different things like that. And the requirement was that Cal-Am had to provide RFPs to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission reviewed it. They had 3 RFPs. The city was allowed to consult in the process, and we gave our comments to the Coastal Commission on that. And the Coastal Commission, and our recommendation to the Coastal Commission was to hold off on this just because we had all these other things going on. This condition really is not really going to be implemented until these court cases, legal cases are decided, and those are still further on down the road. But Cal-Am wants to move forward with that. And so the Coastal Commission, they selected EnviroGauge as the consultant, and they're what they're supposed to be doing is doing a community outreach on behalf of Cal-Am to find out what our community wants as far as recreational improvements and park improvements, and it's really quite broad. The concerns that I flagged in the staff report was, and I've talked with Janelle Hartley today, and she kind of explained some things, but the concern I had was this is supposed to be strictly outreach to our community, and they're going to then submit the information they receive from the public. They're going to report that directly to the Coastal Commission. Janelle, she confirmed, I asked her, does this go back to Cal-Am? Does Cal-Am give any input in it? And she said, no, they independently are going to be doing all this outreach. And frankly, Cal-Am is paying them almost $200,000 to do this. And so for a single issue, there's going to be more outreach than our community has ever seen. And so you're going to get blitzed with canvassing door to door, with surveys, with TV ads and radio ads and flyers. And so the community is never going to see a blitz like this ever before. But the downside is the city council can't be involved in the process. And that's what we tried to convey to the Coastal Commission was the whole problem is this is the council's community, and the council reaches out to the community, and the council wants to hear from the community, and then the council should be able to then give that input. And so I met directly with the executive director of the Coastal Commission and had this conversation with her. And I explained the problems with it, and she agreed, she understood, but she said, this is what the board approved, and that's a process they have to do. But I said, so if we did an alternate process where the city council could actually engage with our community and hear from our community, and then our city council would then put forward what the council was recommending, would the coastal commission accept that? And she said, yes. I said, would they give weight to it? And she said, yeah, absolutely. And so the proposal here is to engage with someone, because we have a lot going on and it's a very short timeline that we're really looking a month and a half. Enviro Gauge, they're going to complete their process mid-April. They'll be putting their report together and give it to the Coastal Commission shortly after that. And so Janelle with Enviro Gauge did tell me that she would provide some of the data and the information. Should be very transparent. So the feedback she's getting, they'd provide to us. And so I'm proposing the council is, can we get some help? And I've reached out to a consultant that does this works with public sector. And I'm not sure what we'd have in the process. We may have some workshops, we may have some study meetings, won't have anything nearly as elaborate as what Enviro Gauge is doing, but I'm would like to get some help to be able to hire a consultant. I put up to $50,000. I don't think we'll spend anywhere near that. But just to get someone that will help us, we'll put together a process, and then from the results of that, we'll provide it also to Enviro Gauge so they'll know what we're recommending, and the council will actually adopt it by a resolution, and then we'll submit that to the Coastal Commission, and they'll give that a lot of weight. Because then based on that input, then CalAm is required to put together and submit to the Coastal Commission a public access and amenities plan. And so CalAm will put together that plan. So it's really important that we engage in that process, and we tell the Coastal Commission, and it really should be our city council hearing from our community, telling the Coastal Commission what we think these amenities should be from our community, not an outside consultant that is being funded by CalAm, even though I understand they're a neutral party and they aren't going to be working with CalAm in this process. And I know Janelle has talked with some of the council, and she's been very nice, and I anticipate we're going to continue to talk and engage with her.
All right. Thank you, Lane. Let's go to the public, starting with anyone in the room. If you have any comments on this, please come forward. Not seeing anyone rise. We'll ask the same of the folks that are remote. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. So anyone remotely, if you'd like to comment on this matter, please raise your hand. And we do have Carol. Welcome back, Carolyn.
Thank you for having me once again, Mayor. My question is directed to the city manager. I just wanted to follow up with how was the dunes selected for the inclusivity park? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carol. We noted your question earlier today, and it's the city manager's job to ensure that staff do get back to you with that answer. And so that's our process here, so that we save our time here for all of our relevant business items on the agenda. But all of your questions should be answered by staff promptly. So we do probably need you to contact us, or I don't think we want to ask her contact information now. But if you email Marina at cityofmarina.org, that's Marina at cityofmarina.org. We're expecting your question via email. We just don't know how to get a hold of you to give you that answer. But now is not the time, because now we're talking about the strategic engagement plan for the $3 million from the Coastal Commission and the CalAm. Okay, any other questions from the public? Not seeing any. We'll give you another moment. Okay, we'll close public comment, and Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to confirm the 50, not to exceed 50,000, it's to develop and help implement the outreach plan, because in the agenda packet, it states to assist the city of Marina in developing a community engagement plan.
Yes, so it will be to help facilitate something to where we'll get input from the community. And then from that, we will submit that directly to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, great. So I do think it's important for the city to provide the input. $3 million is not a lot of money. It's not going to go far. So, for me, November, 60% of the voters, 5,450 residents spoke loud and clear that they support investing in our facilities. That's fire, police, civic center, and community center. And so for me, I think we already narrowed it down to 4 a little bit, right? So I think that if you can communicate that to the consultant, and I think that it also needs to be clear, like in EnviroGauge, the way they're doing it, it just is like, do you want a spaceship? Yes, I want a space. I think people really need to understand, $3 million sounds like a lot, but when you are talking about a city project, et cetera, it can go really quickly. And I also was thinking about our unfunded project list. We have so many. Could that be, brought to these sort of outreach events, and so I don't necessarily want to just throw the wide net of, do you want a spaceship and rainbows and unicorns? I think it would be, especially with the very, very harsh timeline that's ahead, to be more focused and thoughtful. And then also, I think about too, with the Measure U, with the 60% of the voters, when you talk about weight, with our final sort of, deliverables to the Coastal Commission, that speaks loud. And, you could do whatever Survey Monkeys and whatever you want, but ultimately, this past November, we had over 5,000 residents say that they, see that need in the community, recognize it, and we're willing to invest their dollars. So I just, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it has to be related to the coastal zone, so that we have some limitations for that, correct?
No, it actually can be beyond the coastal zone.
Oh, okay. I remember Lock Patton Park is part of the
Lock Patton
coastal zone,
It's part of
so,
the coastal zone.
but it could be anywhere. It's not,
When
okay.
when you look at the actual ruling, it's very broad.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I want to just emphasize again that that EnviroGauge is paid by CalAm, and they may still have this, but I gave them feedback that if you're trying to be neutral, you don't have on your front page, it says, for more background on this project, on how this project is being funded, please go here. And when you click on that, you get, what is seawater desalination? A process by which the ocean water is turned into fresh drinking water. Seawater is pumped through microfiber, blah, blah, blah. So they're telling you about the CalAm project as though it's pumping ocean water. It even says, will we ever run out of ocean water due to desalination? I mean, what on earth is that? Is the water quality as good as traditional sources? If this is a prime solution, why isn't this done everywhere? How exactly does desalination work? And what's the purpose? They even talk about, do they have rights for it? And they quoted things that are just not what we believe and not what our information is telling us. So I think that we need to support the alternative outreach to our community. And as our city manager said, we have so much outreach going on. It's going to be dizzying. Who knows? They call themselves Marina Voices. And when we have ours, how is the public going to to distinguish itself, especially when they are spending to the tune of more than that, $200,000 in knocking on doors, in literature, in surveys, in social media. That's Cal-Am. And we're trying to say, no, we as the city of Marina should be getting that information. We in the city of Marina should be accessing our own community residents to tell us what it is that we want to do with that $3 million. That was sort of it was a pittance really at the Coastal Commission meeting when the desal project was approved with 20 conditions. The environmental justice aspect it was shocking to sit there and they're negotiating how much they should pay Marina. Somebody suggested on the commission 21 million and Cal-Am basically negotiated down to 3 million, which is really, really sad. But regardless, if we're going to decide, if we're going to propose what needs to be on there, it should be us, not Cal-Am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real briefly, support the proposal. I would certainly hope we can do it for a lot less than 50,000. I mean, I'm half tempted to make a substitute motion to say up to 30 or 25 because I think 50 is a lot, but either way, I would support getting it done. I would just encourage us, let's do it. Let's do it quickly. Let's do it as lean as we can. Let's not overthink it because as we mentioned, $3 million isn't going to get us a lot at the end of the day either way. So let's not seek perfection. Let's just try to make sure that we, are asking for something good and reasonable and that the Coastal Commission can buy into. And let's just start the discussion as early as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Just in general, one of my pet peeves. It's $3 million from 2 years ago. We need to index. We need to. And Cal-Am could have made 5% per year on this money, so they should give us more. But okay, can always dream. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think when we do engage with the public, whether they're in-person meetings or email or any other way that we're thinking of doing it, I think $50,000 isn't a lot to do it halfway, well. And I think that some of that $50,000 could be a $10,000 mailer to every household. Otherwise, it's really hard to expect people to find out about this. So when you discuss the various means of reaching out to people to try to make sure at least everyone hears about it, it's very expensive. And I hope that this does include a mailer. I don't know a better way of making sure that at least everyone has a chance of hearing about this besides a good old fashioned mailer, even though a lot of them end up in the garbage, they don't get seen. If you don't do that, it's hard to say that you've done your best to reach out to all households. But I think that at the meetings that we have in person and in whatever way we communicate, we should, kind of following up on Councilmember McAdams, we should give people a list of the 30 priority projects out of the 140 that we deliberate every couple of years that are in this ballpark, whether it's increasing maintenance of parks or reducing our $60 million bond we might need for these public safety buildings. By the time we get around to putting it on the agenda, the ballot in 2 years, it might be 60 million up from 50 million last year. 5 to 7% of that might be 3 million. And I know that the residents who are looking at Plan B want to see as much skin in the game from the city before they're asked to put skin in the game. They want to make sure that we're giving everything we have, theoretically, dollars that we can pull from to lower the amount of the bond. So $3 million might lower it 5 to 7% and make the statement that we are putting money into the game wherever we can find it, rather than spending it on something that's not as important to us as the things that are on our top 30. And our top 30 do include the police station, fire station, community center, government center, whatever you wish to call that. So I think that we need to prime people's brains with the projects we're thinking of. So they're not going to come back with, we want a floating bridge across Lock Patton Park, which is awesome, but it might cost $3 million and it's not getting to our priorities. But they don't know that until they see our priorities. They can still ask for a bridge across Lock Patton Park, but I think they're less likely to do that when they look at our top priorities. They'll probably pick one. Yeah, that priority really speaks to me. And then I've already had one project suggested by a resident, and that is to spend the $3 million to remove the Cal-Am test slant well. So I think that that should probably be at the top of the list because that would secure our water. It would protect our coastal zone, our habitats, our dunes, our beach access. And so I think we need to push hard to spend that $3 million to remove that test well as soon as possible. Okay, let's go now back to, or let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Probably needless to say, but of course we need the different languages if we do a mayor, and I know there's not much time. So, and I know not everybody is online, but many people are. So probably a QR code and a dedicated website with the Google Translate might be the easiest. So, and then the farmers market, hopefully somebody at the farmers market for people who do not go online. Thank you.
So Brian, did you already make a motion? Okay, yeah, why don't you? That'd be great.
I move to approve the authorization for the city manager to hire a consultant facilitator at a cost not to exceed 50,000 to assist the city in developing a community engagement plan as outlined in the staff report. And authorize the finance director.
I second.
All right. All in favor of that motion? Well, yeah, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes. And our next and last item of our action agenda is really helpful, regards our finances as we start to go into our budget cycle. This is a real good review of what we're in for, what we need, what we have. So I'm really glad that we put this on the agenda. I have a feeling that Councilor McAdams has something to do with getting this on the agenda, but regardless, I really appreciate it. Tori Hanna?
Tori Hanna, actually, let me tee it off. I'm going to give really accolades to Tori. When she started and we've talked about it for a while, that we wanted to give a quarterly financial report just regularly to the council. And so I approached Tori probably about a month ago. I said, can you work on your work program and put together a quarterly financial report that we can just regularly put out to the council? The first time we wanted to put on other action, and we'll probably put future ones on the consent calendar if you want to discuss it. But the end result is what Tori does. She takes can you give me a quarterly report? And she put together this amazing quarterly report that gives you a lot of information. And so really accolades to Tori, who really took a little direction and put together a fantastic report.
All right, so Tori Hanna is our finance director, and she's been fantastic, as Lane says, since you've been here not that long, but really appreciate all that you've done.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the comments. And I'm not planning to go into details too much with the financial report, but just talk about the introduction of the financial report and what it represents. We're going to have a much greater emphasis on financial information during the council retreat, March 7th and 8th, where we'll have lots of charts and PowerPoints talking about finance. But this is just a report that we thought we'd introduce on a quarterly basis. It will run consistently with the treasurer's report, with the exception of the final fourth quarter report, which, because we have accruals for 2 months, July and August, that report will likely be produced in October, just so you won't be missing some of our key revenues, such as sales tax and TOT, which has a little bit of a lag in the reporting period. But in general, one of the things that to note from the report is the city's revenues sometimes have uneven receding patterns. And one in particular you might note is sales tax, where you could initially raise concerns that you only see 32% of it has been received, but that is one of the key revenue sources that do have a lagging period. So when there is anomalies like that, we try to go into an explanation briefly to say why there's a difference, as well as if you look at charges for services, which are close to 82.4% of the year, a lot of those are planning services, but a lot of them have corresponding expenses. So although it is higher on one side, it may have a correlating expense on the other side. So you may see more in some costs coming in. And we've also included a copy of the HDL sales tax report. One thing I mentioned in the staff report is that runs a little bit different in timing and different in dollars and timing with the city's sales tax items. And that's because HDL references the Bradley Burns or the 1% statutory tax only in their documentation, because they do comparisons with per capitas and they do other comparative analysis with other cities. And that is constant across all cities. Whereas the city of Marina has, I believe it's a 1.5% additional district tax added on. And so your sales tax number that you see in the city's budget report does include that 1.5% tax in that number. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, so I think most of our questions will come after we give the public a chance. Anyone here in the room wishing to comment on this matter? Not seeing anyone standing. Let's go to the remote audience. Anyone from their home, etc., wish to comment, please raise your hand. And we'll go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thanks. My question is on the ability of, again, the ability of residents to get information. My problem has been, I just want to put out there, is so I pick Tori, I know how to spell her name, I send it to her, and I get a message that I'm somehow blocked from communicating with her. So I call Anita on the phone, and Anita says, "Oh, I'll leave her a phone message." So anyway, what's up with when you send an email to someone at the city, it tells you you're blocked. And it turned out that I wasn't blocked, but it wouldn't let me ask my question or make my response. And that's it for this item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Denise. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? We'll give you a moment to raise your hand remotely. All right. And not seeing anyone, we'll close public comment and we'll go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I remember when we had an Economic Development Commission and we received these on a quarterly basis, and I found them incredibly useful and helpful then, and I find it super helpful and useful now. So thank you for bringing this back to us. I hope that we can keep, maybe it's not quarterly, maybe it is, but some regular distribution of this information. When I review the information, this may be partially because I don't fully understand, the in the weeds finance of how all of these things work. But to me, as a layman, there are some things that seem to show red flags. And I'm not in the business of calling out other businesses, right? But Moon Scoops, one of our small new ice cream stores, is somehow in our top 25 sales tax producers. And so my rhetorical question is, I don't need an answer, but are there red flags for staff? And if that answer is yes, are there tools that are out there that maybe HDL offers or other entities that can come into Marina and say, review all of this information and say, yeah, Marina, you actually have a super robust dining scene. We know that people are eating, at these restaurants, and they're full every night, but yet their sales tax receipts aren't necessarily reflecting that. Are there tools that are out there that can help a city kind of evaluate that and determine whether maybe there's some, we know that not just in Marina, but on the Monterey Peninsula, there's a lot of all cash businesses, and 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 again, I know I'm treading on carefully here because a lot of these businesses are probably struggling, but I think it's worth looking into, and I'm curious if there's tools that would help us with those kind of questions.
We are actually looking at the HDL report and the question that you brought up. We are working with HDL to see if we can see if that's a correction. I looked at the details that I received, and I can't comment on particular sales tax. We're just looking into that for specific issue. But we do receive, the city manager and I receive updates with more details than what is available in this report. We receive a top 100 listing, and it compares quarter over quarter. And if there are any significant variances, there is a mechanism where HDL can approach the state on our behalf and ask questions. We occasionally get requests for them to give them authorization for that. The state is the real entity that's responsible for receiving the taxes. The city does not. So there is mechanisms where we get reports, we do look at variances, and we do discuss them at the time. And if we did want to look further into something, we do have that ability.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just end by saying, I think the same holds true for some of our hotels. I mean, hotels are interesting because we kind of know what the average room rate is, because that information tends to be on the internet, right? Like, you can try to book a room, you have an idea of what total capacity is and how full they are. And, I've long been concerned that there's, some hotels that quite frankly may not be being as honest as others. And so, just in the essence of fairness, I think that there's some value into using any tools we have to make sure that people and businesses are paying the taxes that they should be. So, and I'll just leave it at that.
And just to add to that, Councilmember McCarthy, we do have a program with HDL where they do audits, and I want to say approximately rotating 4 hotels per a year in like an audit cycle. So there is a periodic audit cycle of the different hotels for their TOT receipts.
Okay. And I lied, one more comment. Short-term rentals too, I think kind of goes hand in hand with that. I know the planning department, I don't see Guido here now, but has implemented some tools to kind of audit and evaluate short-term rentals. Do you know if we're still doing that, or?
I would defer to the city manager on that. I know that they do have active code and compliance on.
We know that is a problem. And so that is on our list, and we don't have a solution yet, but we are working on that.
Okay. Cause and I see Guido just popped up. Do you have something to add?
No, just to convey what the city manager said. We're actively working with HDL and finance to change some of our processes, because there are some short-term rentals that definitely need some additional oversight from my department. So
okay, thank you, Mayor.
There's one other part to your question. You talked about, and we actually have HDL already engaged to look at our demographics, our community, the businesses that are here, and to do a gap analysis and compare other cities with our demographics up and down California, and what businesses should be here, what should fit here. And they're going to work with us and give us, we're looking at by zones in the city. We're looking at citywide. We're also using them in our general plan update, because part of that is economic update. We're going to use that data for that. So we do have HDL engaged, and you should be getting that information in a few months.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Ms. Hannah, for this report and for the just commitment of having this available like on a quarterly basis. I think it's very helpful, especially the sales tax report, and to utilize what we're already receiving versus like duplicating work. I really appreciate that. In other revenues, the one-time opioid settlement of $85,000, what is that going to be used for? I assume that there's probably a purpose for that money.
I will need to defer to the police chief on the opioid settlement. He would be the one to define the actual uses for that.
Great, thank you.
Is this a grant or a settlement?
It's the settlement.
Yeah, this was part of, we joined in on the class action, and that's part of this funds that come to us. That I think our city attorney has been working with us on that, and so Renee, he was Bob Rathy before, so we probably need to get.
So I don't have any information at the moment, but we'll look at it. So I don't know whether there were any conditions attached to that settlement. Otherwise, I think if there are no conditions, I would assume that it would go to the general fund.
Okay, well, I just want to put on record that we have this 85,265 from the opioid settlement. And for me, I if it is going to be earmarked for general fund, then I would like to see it utilized for police services. I know we have a community services officer to purchase extra blankets or resources or something. I'm hoping, I'm sure that there are some sort of specific uses attached to it. But anyways, I just wanted to put that on record.
For additional clarification, I can't recall the uses, but just knowing it from another entity that there are specific things that you can use that fund for that relate to, I believe, drug prevention.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also noticed the moon scoops, and I don't even go there. So I'll start going there. And I also noticed that 2 of the businesses in the top 25 are our cannabis businesses that we walked for in 2018. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for telling us, Mr. Long, that you're working on the audits for the short-term rentals. And as you know, I also requested for the regular rentals, just an audit for our business license tax. You know, we either have it and we enforce or we don't. And for Tori, Ms. Hannah, I would like, so it seems that, can we count on an increase in property tax of about 1 million per year? Is that pretty stable?
When you're looking at the numbers, we're seeing the first payment, and just looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, can you say that because there's a difference of 485, it's likely to be, well, closer to 900,000 actually, because the second payment is smaller.
Yes.
But I would say it could also depend on like changes in home sales. If something is sold and it's sold at a higher rate, then it gets added to the tax roll. So it's not a complete one-to-one relationship, but you could just say roughly the original year times 2% probably as a conservative estimate.
Can only get better for us. Yeah. Yes. So, and the other time,
Excuse me, Elizabeth, let me just jump in real quick.
Yes.
We're at that witching hour. I'll motion that we continue until the end of this item. I think we're almost done.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please continue. Thank you.
Yes, the other one was the TOT. That's also increased, will be close to 900,000 per year. But I already saw the note that staff is looking into whether there are any unique payments or whether this trend is ongoing. So fingers crossed. I think this is good news. But yeah, I also would like to thank you. This is really interesting. And thank you. Really? Oh, no. Did you request it? No? Okay. So thank you very much.
Okay, I just wanted to make a couple of notes that this year compared to last, we're spending so far $838,000 more on police, and that's not for staff, but for training and safety equipment, software, things other than staff. For fire, however, we're spending $700,000 more than last year. That primarily is because of new staff. And Public Works also a fairly good size increase because of new staff. And I think it's also interesting that our revenue is down 6.8 million compared to last year, which is a big amount. But that's primarily because last year we got an 8.4 million land sale, one-time infusion of funds from selling some land on former Fort Ord. So actually we're about 1.8 million ahead of last year if you don't count that land sale revenue. I think that there's a lot of information in here that could be used as a resource for anyone interested in how the city works, what we can afford, where we should go next. So I hope that some folks can keep this handy and really try to digest it more than maybe we already have, because it's full of good information about financially where we stand and where we're going to be the next couple of years. It's not going to change a lot, but overall, I think unless there's a national or international catastrophe, recession, or whatnot, I think that the sales tax revenue, hotel tax revenue, property tax revenue is going to continue to increase. And we'll see that kind of projection, whether I'm right or wrong, as we go into the next few months of our budget cycle. So thank you, Tori, for being on top of all this data crunching and providing it in a way we can learn from you. Appreciate that. Okay, Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I think the public is always amazed that we only have 4 sources of revenue. I mean, that's, the property tax, sales tax, TOT, and what we don't, 3, I'm sorry. And what we don't have is user utility tax, which almost everybody out there has. So we're kind of crippled in that sense too, that that we base our budget on revenues and we're missing the only other, we have so few that it's allowed for jurisdictions to collect money from, and we're missing one. So I want to note that. But we've heard many times that our sales tax is so low compared to everyone else around us. And
A sales tax per capita.
Per
revenue.
capita, yeah, but it's still low per capita. So in your opinion, is that because we don't have the kind of stores that people, are we missing the stores, or is it that we don't have a lot of money and so it doesn't matter how many stores we have, we're going to always be low?
And I think that's something that the presentation that's coming forward from HDL will provide some additional information on the gap analysis. But it could be a combination of, when you think of Carmel, there's a low population, yet they have a lot of stores and restaurants that are collecting funds. So when you think of per capita, you see all of those revenues coming in from the tourism industry, but the number of residents is less.
Right.
And you may see that even in Pacific Grove. Monterey does have a larger tourism base and regional stores, so that could be a contributing factor as well.
Because I'd like us to really think strategically about how we can up that. We're getting we already have hotels, and ours are doing very, very well. But in property tax, we've gotten more, things caught in the horizon with Marina Station, et cetera. But sales tax, it's a mystery. How do we increase this? What's our strategy for that?
We are working on that. What this report doesn't show you is our 75 to 80% of our sales tax revenue comes in from our top 25 businesses. So we have 500-600 plus businesses, and so it gives you a sense that 75 to 80% really is just your top 25. So we have a ton of small businesses, but from a sales tax point of view, they just don't generate a lot of revenue. And so to close that gap for our city and how we're laid out, it takes the big sales tax generators. Monterey, they have their whole Monterey downtown. They have the Del Monte Shopping Center. Those are huge sales tax drivers. Sand City, they have the Costco, those big box stores, huge sales tax generators. Seaside, same thing. Auto dealerships, huge, and those are the big gaps that are driving that per capita cost down for us. But we're working on that. That's part of the study, and we're talking with businesses right now, trying to get them to locate in our city. And so we're going to continue to work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to Councilmember Biala and the rest of the council, actually, something to think about, and it's because I hadn't really thought about this until recently, but there's a lot of things in the city that aren't taxed. Services aren't taxed. So that Quick Quack car wash doesn't bring in a cent of sales tax unless they buy like an air freshener, right? Like hand cars, no sales tax. Groceries aren't taxed. So Walmart and Target have shifted from just goods and services to also groceries, right? Trader Joe's that just came on board. Food isn't taxed. So maybe they sell a plant that is, but the food doesn't bring in any revenue. So we're doing good on bringing in those businesses that attract people to the city, but we're not doing so great on bringing in those businesses that generate a lot of sales tax. And
correct me if I'm not an expert in the area, but that's my understanding. So I've just kind of been reflecting on that a lot, and I think maybe even our planning commission might benefit from, or even the general plan as they look to zone things to kind of understand that paradigm and what tools they have to kind of affect what we do in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you. Yeah, even although Trader Joe's might not bring in a lot of tax right away, I've heard that it attracts people to the Dunes Shopping Center. So, and especially when there are more restaurants open soon, but even Kohl's, the checkout lady told me, we can tell that there are more people coming. So I'm still happy with TJ's. Thank you.
Just don't forget grocery outlet. Okay, I think we don't have a vote on this issue, but unless we have any other comments, we decide whether to go to closed session or not. Let's first get a reading from our staff about the importance of the 1.5 items that we didn't finish.
We can put them off till next time. I need to get on the road down. So yeah, we can put them off to next council meeting.
City attorney said that he's okay. Council, what's your thoughts?
I mean, did I hear, Lane, are you saying that
We have direction on the key ones, the last 2 items on the properties we can.
I guess what I was saying is that I'm okay with staying, but if staff needs to leave and go home, that's a totally respectable and so I
kind of got a 2.5 hour drive.
Okay. Yeah. Then easy call for me.
Okay, and those items are 4C II and 4C III. Okay, that's the MPUSD property and the property right here below us on the southeast corner of Del Monte Boulevard and Palm Avenue. Okay, thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. It's been a really good meeting. Thanks to Randy, Ishmael, Tori, Andrea, our illustrious IT crew over there, Doug, Linda. Thank you very much. Thanks, Anita, for recording everything. And thanks to John and Dan and Robert